What's up, dude?
What was on, Jeremy?
Busy. Talked to Robbie yesterday. Oh wait, I think I got that.
Dr. Rob?
Yeah, I talked to Robbie yesterday. He said you guys were roommates in college.
Yeah, we were. I think it was about a year and a half. We were in a trailer. Yeah, me and him got a lot of stories in college.
Oh yeah. Well, if you're ready, I can start. Got any reason to wait?
No?
All right, I'll be just a second. Gotta press all the right buttons.
All right.
All right, you good?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. What's up, y'all? Welcome to this sports medicine broadcast. We're doing listener spotlight, so I'm just giving you a chance to tell your story as an athletic trainer. It's a pretty simple format. It's going to be the same set of questions. We're going to be talking to lots of different athletic trainers that listen to the podcast and just giving you a chance to share your story. We have one of, I would say, my more loyal fans. Israel logs in quite a bit to the live chat, joins in the conversation, and was also a big advocate in me being able to go down to Spats this summer. So I'm looking forward to that. It'll be my first time. A really cool opportunity, and hope to bring lots of good content. So without much further ado, Israel Montano, how many years you been in the profession?
I've been in the profession 8 years now. I'm going to finish up my 8th year here at the high school.
8 years there at La Jolla?
Yeah, La Jolla Juarez Lincoln High School, yeah.
La Jolla Juarez Lincoln High School. All right.
Yeah, it's a mouthful.
LJ. So, all right. When did you find out about athletic training?
I found out the summer of my sophomore year. My mom was the Booster Club president at the time. She had gone into a meeting with the athletic coordinator, head coach, and I tagged along that trip. And he saw my size. I was the size I am now, big burly guy that he saw, and he thought I'd be a good lineman for his football team. He was brand new to the school. Name was Jim Height. So he asked me if I'd like to be on his football team and join the linemen. I kind of gave him that look. Are you stupid? I don't want to get hurt. So he goes, well, if you don't want to get hurt, how about becoming an equipment manager for me? I'm brand new to the school. I've got to get as much help as I can. I go, well, football equipment is not my kind of thing. He goes, well, I think I've got just the thing for you if you're willing to help. And so he goes, let me introduce you to my trainer. He only had one trainer at the time. Our other trainer hadn't come in from New Mexico yet. So he introduced me to our athletic trainer at the time, which was Israel Peña, the same name as I had. And from there, it was my career. So I'd been doing it my senior year in high school, and from there it became into a career.
All right, and then you went to A&M Kingsville for all 4 years?
I took a little pit stop. I went to junior college. They offered me a full scholarship there at Cisco Junior College, just east of Abilene. So I went there for a year, and after I did my year there, I went to Texas A&M Kingsville, where there I was with Robbie for our 3.5 years there that we were there.
Gotcha. Okay. So tell me a little bit more about your athletic training story. We just heard your high school part, your basically college part. So tell me a little bit more about your athletic training story.
What would you like to know more about? I was just in high school. There was only 4 of us, student athletic trainers. So we were doing everything. I was traveling with every team: football, varsity, JV, freshman team. Team, the wrestling team. I did pretty much everything with the 4 of us. So I got my hands pretty dirty in athletic training, being there at the high school. I got to know a lot of the stuff that now we're told not to do to our student athletic trainers. But yeah, that's my athletic trainers taught me a lot, and they made it fun for me to make it into a career. And in college, that's where I kind of fine-tuned my my knowledge into taping and orthopedic evaluations, rehabilitation techniques, modalities, and stuff like that. And also, Robbie will tell you, or any Kingsville athletic trainer from there will tell you, that we did a lot more than athletic training. We did, striping the football field, and, in the football equipment, to setting up the locker rooms for game days, actually setting out the jerseys and polishing the helmets. We did it all there in Kingsville. So, we were the jack of all trades, master of none. me, Robbie, and a couple of other athletic trainers, we have a lot more to offer than athletic training.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's a fun experience. I mean, now the education is becoming so specific. So I know I was talking to Bubba Wilson. He said that they used to do that kind of stuff too. They would drag the field in baseball and get paid extra and that kind of thing. So it's one of those experiences in college. You know, you just get to learn and do a lot of different things. And,
Yeah.
you know, sometimes you end up working for free or doing things you shouldn't do as an athletic trainer. But and I'm sure some of that is transferred to being beneficial in your job now, huh?
Oh yeah, it has. I mean, when something needs to get fixed, all the coaches are just scratching their head, and I'm over here like, well, let me get my tool bag out of the truck, and I can fix it right here. And you don't even have to put in a work order. I'll do it right here. Or when it comes to dragging the field, I'll put like, hey, just hook it up onto my golf cart, and I'll drag it real quick. I know how to do it. So it comes in handy.
Yeah.
It makes me a valuable asset here at the school.
All right. So tell me about worst injury you've dealt with as an athletic trainer.
Miss Laura Cedillo, come to Eloisa's office or come by Eloisa's office. Miss Laura Cedillo to Eloisa's office.
Excuse me for that one.
Now we've got announcements. All right.
Thank you.
All right. So, Israel, why don't you tell me about the worst injury you've dealt with?
The worst injury I've dealt with, I've had many, but actually this football season was the worst. We had a complete knee dislocation with vascular compromise. This happened at our state playoff game against Laredo. So that was a pretty big one to deal with, and we're still dealing with that. He just now had knee reconstruction last week, and this, mind you, this happened in November. So we're still in the process. He just got his surgery for his ACL, PCL, some meniscus damage, LCL, MCL, and also with a skin graft. So, I mean, it was a lot of damage, and it's a 2-year rehab prognosis that we're looking at for him, and he was only a sophomore.
All right, so if it's now mid-May, what was the first surgery was, I guess, dealing with the emergency of the vascular compromise?
Yeah, that was the first surgery. We had him overnight in Laredo, and as we were driving back down, his parents had gone up, and as soon as the parents got there, we had to come back because we had all the football equipment. As we were leaving and we got back to the school, we were told by the doctors that he was flown to San Antonio that night because they had found that there was a vascular compromise through the ultrasound, and so they had to fly him to San Antonio to get that surgery because it just so happened that the vascular surgeon in Laredo, the only one available, was on vacation. So they had to aero flight him to San Antonio to get that done.
Huh.
And so there he stayed for about, I want to say, 2 weeks in San Antonio.
All right. Sounds like a pretty memorable experience and injury, but tell me what you think is the most memorable moment you have as an athletic trainer.
The most memorable, I really don't have one because I've only done this for 8 years. I like to think as every day as a memorable, teachable moment. I mean, every day you see these students. I mean, I think of myself as an educator first and an athletic trainer second, especially here in the high school settings. I like to think of myself as I'm impacting these lives. So you see them every day, constantly. So you get to see them as they graduate, and you see them in life. They start their own families. The kids that graduated 8 years ago, the first graduating class. you see them, they've graduated college, they've already started their own lives. So to me, those are the most memorable moments as an athletic trainer, because they come back to the community, they recognize who you are, you're still there, even though coaching staff may have changed, administrative staff may have changed, but you're still there. So to me, that's the most memorable thing as an athletic trainer, that you're the pillar of the school for most kids.
All right. Is there any one event? I know, like Robbie said, receiving his passing grade on his test, or, for me, it could be when Eric died last year. It's kind of a big shift in things. So is there any one event that sticks out most in your mind?
Actually, there was one tragic event that happened to me back in 2014. It was not too far here from the campus. I was on my way to lunch from two-a-days, and I just happened to come across a high-speed chase, and at an intersection they wrecked. And it was a complete chaos. Complete family passed away, and I was unfortunately the only first responder there for a while. And arriving on the scene, seeing what I saw, I mean, till this day I still see it in my mind as if I was still there. And that's when I realized, my skills as an athletic trainer not are to athletics, but they apply to the real world. And I always make it I'm at a loss for words. I make it every possible chance that I can to help out when I can. Whenever someone's needs help in a car accident, or they're at the movie theater and they're choking. So that's the most memorable moment that sticks out to me as an athletic trainer.
All right. All right. So moving forward from there, what's a life lesson you've learned from your years in high school, college, and now professional athletic training?
Patience. I've learned to be patient and to pick my battles. I mean, with these kids and with a lot of these coaches, you have to be patient with them. They may not know where you're coming from, and you may not know where they're coming from. So you kind of got to be patient, kind of know both situations before, you act. I also, kind of pick your battles. I hear a lot of stories of athletic trainers, ranting about certain things and ranting about other things. And, I kind of look at the bigger picture, like, what's going to help the kids? What's going to help me? What's going to make my job easier? What's going to make the kids healthier? So I pick my battles. I'm not going to, go get after a kid for, not doing something it's not productive. It doesn't help me at all.
Yes, I really like the reminder there to look at both perspectives. I know we've talked several times, with Robbie being a coach and an athletic trainer, he's saying understanding both perspectives. And I think you're reminding us there, stop and think, where are they coming from with this? Are they coming from a broken home, like you said? Are they coming from a scene where they just saw somebody die, yesterday, last week? Are they coming from, where their mom and dad hugged them or whatever? So I really like that. That's a good life lesson I need to remember. So I've learned it. I learned a lot more. And so then that kind of gets pushed to the back. So.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of our kids here do come from broken homes. Our poverty rate here is really below the poverty rate. And, it makes you see things different as an athletic trainer. To many of them, you're the only health care that they have.
Okay, just following that, give me a piece of advice you'd like to give or share with athletic trainers.
Theragesic is a great cleaning tool. That is one thing that I found out back my first year in working here is we had accidentally broken a bottle of Theragesic, and we had some caked up tough skin or QDA, whatever you want to call it. We had it was caked on our floors and our taping tables, and we had accidentally broken a bottle and it splattered all over the floor. And when we had wiped it off, it had completely taken all that off. And so we started using that as cleaning off all that adhesive. So now we had sparkling clean wax floors and taping tables, and it also takes permanent marker off. So if you ever have a kid that tags something, it'll take it off.
So Theragesic stuff is like Flexol. So does it make your training room unbearable?
No, kind of the smell. You kind of get that geriatric ward smell to it. But it does help when you need it, especially when you're trying to clean and trying to make things look nice. It's
right.
one of the little tricks we've accidentally came upon.
Interesting. I would not have expected someone to give that as advice. So very cool. Way to pull the fast one.
It comes in handy.
All right, Israel, 3 people you would like to thank and why?
3 people I like to thank is Israel Pena over at Canyon Lake. He was my high school athletic trainer. He made it fun for me. He pushed me into the career of athletic training. He made it fun for us in high school. He taught me a lot. He kind of set the foundation for me. He brags about me sometimes that I'm his first student that ever became an AT or passed his test. So a big thank you to him. The other 2 is to Ruben Cantu, head athletic trainer and associate athletic director at A&M Kingsville. He was a big part in becoming who I am, teaching me some stuff. And I'm pretty sure Robbie will tell you the same thing about Ruben. He kind of teaches you some life lessons and how to deal with stuff, looking at both ways. And then there's also Missy Frazier, soon to be Dr. Frazier over at the University of North Carolina. She's the one that taught me a lot of athletic training. She's the person responsible for teaching me everything that I know in athletic training. So those are the 3 people that had the most impact in my athletic training career.
All right, very good. Well, Israel, I appreciate you being an advocate for the sports medicine broadcast and just spreading the word down there in the valley. And I look forward to meeting you here this summer and bringing you your prize that you won during our 200th episode. So
I forgot about that one, but I look forward to seeing you at the Spats here.
All right, Israel Montano down in Juarez Lincoln High School in La Jolla ISD. Did I get that right?
Yes, you did.
All right, I'm improving. So it'd be again, you'll hear from him some more. I think he's going to be helping me out with the interviews that we're doing down there at Spats. So Israel, if somebody wants to get a hold of you, what's going to be the best way to do that?
You can get a hold of me via email at i.montano, Montano, at La Jolla, LAGJOYA, ISD.net. So give me their email, or you can reach me at my office at area code 956-519-4161. But I do recommend the email. Those I'll respond to.
I understand that. Yeah, I don't do much phone calls. So, all right. Well, yeah. Israel, thank you, sir, for joining us. And that is a wrap. Have a good day, sir.
Have a good day.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, those of you that are viewing live, I appreciate it. Appreciate you watching. Joining in as we again just highlight you, the listener of the Sports Medicine broadcast. Right now, we have our next interview at 9:30. So if you would like to join in, follow one of the links I sent out on the email or on Twitter, or you can text me, email me, and then I can send you that link. We can slide you into this spot and share your story. Again, you heard the questions that we'll be asking. And so again, if you're watching live, you want to join us, then join in right now because I have an open spot. But we'll be picking up next with Mary Perez from Alaska. So it'll be about 9:30 when we pick up the next one. So if you're listening, watching live, then that's it. Hope you can join us. Tell us your story. Share why you love athletic training. So.
Bingo, by the way. Did you order it?
All right, Israel, what's up, dude?
Not much, man. Just having some fun outside with some of the kids. Cross country kids. Or
What's
cross
going
country
on with
kids.
the elementary kids doing football drills?
We have our counseling department within our district has a at-risk prevention program. So what they do is they get the elementary kids that they deem at risk. So they just kind of bring them over to the high schools and they introduce them to the athletics programs, mainly football. So that they kind of let them know, that there's athletics here to help them with their transgressions, if you'd say. So yeah, I mean, but it's just kind of funny seeing them. We had one of them almost completely die because he was working so hard. And then one got bit by an ant, so he was screaming bloody murder.
He was done for the day.
Hmm?
He was done for the day after being bit by an ant.
Yeah.
Nice. We went to my son's school and did career day. It was really fun. I mean, Jonah's in kindergarten, and so I took my sports medicine kids, wanted to help with the podcast, and we went out there and we did spine boarding, we did splinting with using SAM splints, did ankle rehab, did foam rolling, stretching, and is that it? 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that was it. So we did all those activities, and the kids were just loving it, because kindergartners, they're not going to sit and listen to a lecture for 20 minutes and, showing them a PowerPoint. Unless you're just showing them a Disney movie or something, then it's going to bore them. So they were just having a lot of fun. Only thing is, next year I might make a few less stations because trying to get those kids through all those stations that quickly, it was really tough. But they had a lot of fun. So.
No, we don't get to do all that stuff. We get to do that with middle schoolers as we're trying to do the club fair, but nothing with elementary kids.
Yeah, well, I don't think they would have asked me had I not been Jonah's dad. Like, it was a note that came home with Jonah. So I know Kat Webb. She used to be over at Spring Branch, Spring Woods, I don't know, some school here in Houston, the north side of Houston, Spring something. And that was part of their kids' assignment, is they would actually go to the elementary school and teach them exercises or teach them stretches. So like once a 6 weeks, one group would go this 6 weeks, one group would go the next 6 weeks or something like that. And it was really cool because that gets the elementary kids thinking about athletic trainers and that kind of thing. So I don't know, it was a really cool assignment, and it's not exactly what we did because ours was pretty last minute, but it was pretty good. I don't know, it was a lot of fun, and it gets them kind of thinking about athletic training. So.
Yeah, we don't get too many kids here thinking about athletic training. For me, just to recruit, I have to pull teeth.
All right, so tell me, what does your normal recruiting process look like?
Normally, me and my coworker Carlos, we just go out there in the cafeteria during lunch periods, and we just ask kids if they want to help out, and they can gain some community service hours, or if they need a makeup hours for over absences. That's how we kind of recruit them. We have like 7 or 8 of them that are actually true student athletic trainers.
How many do you have total in the program?
We like to keep it around 14. We think that's just the right amount to to have. After that, it's just too much to supervise, especially with high school drama going on.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like her, she doesn't like me, or this boyfriend this and this boyfriend that. So just keeping them at 14 kind of keeps it civil for us and less headaches.
Yeah, we talked to Allen ISD. They have like 70. It's up near Dallas. 70 student athletic trainers. It just whoo.
Yeah, that's too much. Uh, that'd be great help, but that hurts me in the long run, because I'm not. Instead of me concentrating on the student athlete, I'm now having to concentrate on the student athletic trainer. So
yeah. Well, they're perennial state powerhouse, and I think they have 3 full-time there at the high school athletic trainers. So different situations.
yeah.
So what we used to do, this whole career path thing kind of messed us up. We would go over to the middle schools. We have 3 that kind of feed into us. We used to do this whole career path thing kind of messed us up. We would go over to the middle schools. We have 3 that. Yeah, I just unmuted the other one because I just realized it was still live streaming, so might as well. So sorry I messed you up there.
I had it on the other computer.
We would go over to the middle schools like sometime around January and just talk to them during lunch. That way we hit every kid, say, hey, this is who we are, this is what we do. If you're interested, here is the information. You can go to our website and fill out the application. But with this career path, now they're having to sign up to be in sports medicine basically all 4 years without knowing really what it is. I think it's kind of stopped a lot of people because they don't have room to try out different things. So we'll have to see how it goes next year, but hopefully once we have something more nailed down, it's not as in transition, then we'll be able to more easily recruit and build up the program following that career path. So
yeah, we have a HOSA or a HST teacher who is an athletic trainer, but she kind of stepped aside from athletic training just to teach because she's got kids. So she kind of stepped out because she wanted to be more involved with her child. So we kind of hired her as a teacher, and so she takes care of the sports medicine course and the HST for us, and that's where we get some of our kids that actually want to be. She kind of gives them an idea of what athletic training is and what's involved, and once they get an idea for it, those are the ones that usually stick out. And they're the ones the 7 that we have are the ones that are true student athletic trainers, that we call them. So throughout the year, and in various sports, not just football. So yeah, that's where we get ours.
It's interesting. Our health science teacher actually just took her athletic training test. She was one at Stephen F. Austin, and then I think she didn't pass it, and then ended up just getting a job as a health science teacher. And then the athletic trainer that used to work at Rayburn and Dobie and other schools in our district, she was as well athletic trainer, and then she went just to health science. So wonder how common that is.
I don't know. I thought it was very uncommon, and when she said she wanted to just become athletic, just become a teacher, and she was looking for a position. I told her, well, we have a position open for you if you want to join us. And I figured she'd be perfect for us, especially when we wanted to start a sports medicine education program. So it's kind of worked out for us. I think we still got some improvements to make, but it's a start for us.
So do you guys teach anything?
Me and Carlos, we kind of teach the practical aspects of it. She just teaches textbook, and then from there they come to us and we teach the actual taping and the rehab modalities. 'Cause it's kind of like a co-op between us and her.
Need to get something like that going on.
Yeah, it's a unique thing I'd like to think that we have going on here. So we're trying it out, see if it works.
All right, so what else is happening, Izzy?
Hold on. What?
What's good phone voices now?
Have them do some straight leg raises.
All right, so if you're just joining us live, if you happen to be catching this at any
Hicks knows
random
what to do.
point, then me and Israel are
Look at
just
the book.
catching it up while he's there in the office. He was on earlier this morning, listener spotlight. We're waiting for Mary to log in from Alaska here in a little while. Me and Israel just chatting it up. No real agenda, just kind of hanging out. So if maybe you want to do that, and then expect to be kind of kicked off whenever the appropriate person for that time slot joins in, then feel free. So I know Kat Marr, Daniel Young listening live on the other show. If you guys just wanted to jump in and have a random whatever we think about conversation for the next 12, 15 minutes, then feel free. All right, Izzy, it's your show again. It's all about you.
No, actually, it was a pretty interesting topic, the last one you had on the legality of athletic training students. Me and Carlos were talking about that during practice the other day. Some stuff we agreed with, some stuff we didn't.
Yeah, that I actually got a email from Larry Cooper, so that'll be interesting. I emailed him back saying, hey, I'd like to have you on the show to continue the conversation. So we'll see what he says. I haven't heard back yet, but hopefully we'll get talking to him soon, and maybe we can actually understand a little bit more of why they made that decision and what all the research was and that kind of thing. So one of the questions I have for him is, how did it show my value as an athletic trainer if or how does it devalue me as an athletic trainer if I teach my students skills, if I teach them, if I'm really working hard to educate the future, how does that devalue me as an athletic trainer? Because one of the best times people see what I do is when they see my students. And I think, man, they think, hey, that's a really good program. They have really good kids that really know what to do. And then that's a athletic trainer. Like I always talk about Chris Shattuck over at Pearland Dawson. He has a really good student program. He has a really good athletic training program. He's done a lot of things, and he is definitely an advocate for student athletic trainers. And so, I don't know, it's tough to justify that without seeing some actual facts rather than just opinion. So,
yeah, I mean, it's like you're basically saying, a teacher is devalued by teaching another student. To me, that doesn't make sense by saying that by me teaching someone else my skills, I'm devaluing myself. That's how apprenticeship happens. We're further valuing our profession by carrying our skills into the next generation. That's how I see it. Many of us in the secondary settings, we're educators.
yeah.
That's what we do. And I think many of them don't see it that way. We're educators. Simple as that.
Yeah, so that's the thing. I mean, that's why that episode was the one that I've done the most research for. And I looked, I'm hired as a teacher. I get paid a little bit extra for being an athletic trainer. And my primary responsibility is education, even though I only have sports medicine 1 and then athletics. So, I mean, it's kind of interesting. to find the balance, you know. But again,
Yeah. There's a balance you have to have here, especially when you're a high school athletic trainer. I mean, if you wanted to be solely free of educating and just wanted to become an athletic trainer, then you would have just gone private sector or collegiate or professional. But you know, in the high school, you kind of have to balance yourself as an educator and athletic trainer. I mean, you're both.
what's up, Kat? Welcome. We're again just talking, no agenda here, but you were brought up the last conversation, last episode where we were talking about the legal concerns and just being educators first, and then athletic trainers after that, depending on what your district and contract states. So, but it's kind
Didn't
of
get to
open.
listen to all of it. I had an athlete that got an injury, so I'm planning to go back and listen to you, Izzy, on the YouTube later.
So what else is happening over there, Kat?
Just living the dream. Just living the dream. You know, just working. We have decided to do a student trainer banquet. So Tim and I are trying to throw that together in a week. So that, as long, you know, we'll see. We'll see. We're gonna try to do that, and I'm trying to get approval for that Disney trip for you. So
Yeah.
My head coach, the only concern my head coach has is our student trainers are not the best when it comes to fundraising. I don't know about yours. Yeah, you do. You're laughing. So,
Yeah.
so he highly doubts that we would be able to raise the funds to go. I thought his big concern would be us missing the whole week of spring break and getting that covered, but
He's not worried about spring break because we won't even make it there.
we won't make it to spring break. Tim just said Drew's not concerned about that because he doubts that we'll even raise the funds to make it to Disney, let alone come back. So we'll see.
Yeah, well, it's
We'll
all got to be
see.
paid before you leave anyway. So.
Yeah, and I told him, I said, well, I'm not too concerned. The kids seem to want to go, and if they don't raise the money, they have the choice of either not going or paying the outstanding balance that they owe. So, I don't know. It'd be nice to get a whole bunch of people together and go. I'm talking to Robbie, actually. I don't know if he said anything to you, Jeremy. I sent it to all the Klein ISD schools, and he's the only one that's responded. So, we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. We have a spring branch ISD, Klein ISD athletic trainer meeting tomorrow morning. So we're going to discuss it there, and I'm going to try to get them on board. They probably will need their own charter, though, since they have like 50 student trainers.
Well, the more, if we can get a huge group going, it'd be, awesome. So Israel, I'm not sure if I know I've mentioned it on the podcast, but I'm not sure if I've said anything to you. If you just happen to want to take some students to Disney over spring break, where we'll meet with the athletic trainers at Disney, college there in the area, and the Astros at spring training, then we could send you the information. But right now, the way it sits, it's about $1,200 per traveler. So that's including adults, that kind of thing. So
For the whole week, though. For the whole
Yeah.
week. That's not bad. Everything kind of included, too.
yeah, the only thing that
Meals.
doesn't include is the meal when you're on the road.
Yeah.
So.
That's a lot of brisket plates for me to sell.
You can do it. You can do it. I know. Actually, Brian said he would prefer to fly. He doesn't want to be on that bus that whole day. And I was like, baby, we can't afford that. So, because I asked him if he would come and be a administrator or chaperone. He might
Yeah.
just want that whole week. He might want that whole week away from kids, though. So we'll see.
Maybe. Never know. But I mean, if, he could fly or something like that. I guess depending on how many. If y'all come, how many kids you got? No. I don't know. Yeah. To
That's
fly
more
there.
money.
To fly there versus driving there, it's like an extra $200 per person. I was like, we could just take a bus. So,
I think it would be a lot more fun with all the kids on socializing on the bus. And personally, I've got the Bose noise canceling headphones, and I'll be out. Wake me up when we get there.
no.
So we're trying to do some extra stuff. The banquet. We're doing our induction for National Honor Society at the same time. I've got we have
National Honor Society for what?
National Honor Society of Sports Medicine. You need to look into that, Jeremy. You've got a pretty good program there. You guys do a whole lot of stuff. That would be good. Basically, my sports medicine 3 kids kind of qualify for National Honor Society. I'll send you that stuff. I'm going to be talking to Eli sometime today or tomorrow. He's the president of the National Honor Society of Sports Medicine. He works at a private school in California. He's also on the California Athletic Trainers Association as well. So he may be one that you could have on your podcast. Talk about all the different stuff.
What's up?
So, do you teach, Izzy? Like I said, I stepped away for most of yours.
No, the way we have it set up here at our school is we have a HST teacher. She is an athletic trainer, but she kind of stepped out of the athletic training realm to help with her family and some health issues that she had. And so she's here as a teacher, and so she helps with our sports medicine. So she she touches base on those in her HST class. And then those that are really interested in HST come to us, and from there we teach them the actual practical aspects of athletic training.
Is it like the sports medicine 1, 2, 3 course, or do you teach like athletic training, like an activity, athletics, PE course?
We're trying to start the sports medicine course, but right now it's just the athletic training, activities, PE.
Your HST person could do probably the sports medicine 1, along with her
she is
stuff.
Yeah,
the actual
she's
curriculum.
certified to teach. Yeah, she's certified to teach the curriculum, and we've been trying to upstart that. But I guess with our school district, it's just a lot of process and paperwork and trying to get funding to start the course. So that's been our holding back. So right now we're just kind of dealing with doing the way we're doing it for now until we can get a green light from our HST department.
Well, if you need any help on that, let me know. I went through that whole rigmarole last year for Sports Medicine 3, trying to get the PEMS number and all of that, so we could have that here. We've been doing the Sports Medicine 1 and 2. I've been here like 9 years, so we've been doing that, and athletic training. So a lot of times I get to see my kids twice. Once for the athletic training, PE credit, and then one for the sports medicine elective credit. So lab and more lecture type education. So it was not
awesome.
easy getting the sports medicine 3.
Yeah.
Is that Mary?
Yeah, there you go. There is Mary. All right, Kat, Israel, y'all gonna just hang out on the line and
Sure.
I'll mute you. That means we won't be able to hear you, but.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Mute me.
So if you guys have a question or a comment, then you can wave down there on the bottom, and maybe I'll see you and let you talk. Maybe not. It's all about Mary though. So.
Marked on.
All right. So muting Izzy, muting Kat, and Mary. Give me 1 second. Let me start all the recording.
Okay, you're good.
You guys are supposed to be doing this. All right, Mary. What's the snow look like out there right now?
There is no snow. It's like 80 degrees.
80 degrees out. I was just looking at Twitter. I thought you said it was like 8 inches of snow you got in May.
It was 3 years ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha. Oh yeah, I was looking at your questions. That's what it was.
gotcha.
Too
Yeah,
many-
like 3 years ago it snowed like 6 to 8 inches this weekend.
We've got a lot of rain this week. Does that feel better?
Well, it's raining right now, so it's like the first rain we've gotten all winter, so
Snow's the same as rain, right?
yeah.
All right. I'm gonna wait for the bell and then I'll. We go 3, 2, 1. What's up, y'all? Welcome to the Sports Medicine Broadcast. I'm the host, Jeremy Jackson. We're doing a listener spotlight. So we already spoke with Israel this morning, spoke with Robbie yesterday. Right now we're talking with Mary Perez. She is in Alaska. So they're a couple hours behind. She had to wake up early just to be on the podcast. And I'm not very pleased with Mary. She sends me all these pictures on Twitter about how beautiful Alaska is, or these videos of caribou or whatever walking through practice. And I'm trying to work on my wife to see if we can move to Alaska and work there for a couple years, and then maybe move to Hawaii and visit Sam Lee and work there for a couple years, and then come back to the great state of Texas. But I'm not sure how much longer me and Mary are gonna be friends on Twitter if she keeps all that stuff up. So without much further ado, Mary, let's tell us a little bit about yourself. How many years you been an athletic trainer?
So I've been an athletic trainer for 6 years, and I am in Alaska now, and I started out in North Carolina.
Say that last part again.
I'm in Alaska now, but I started out in North Carolina. I moved here about 4 years ago.
All right. So then, what drew you to Alaska?
I wanted to finish my master's. I was working in Division I school at the time, and I came up and worked over a summer at a summer camp with one of my certifieds from undergrad, and I really liked it, and I made some friends. And so then one of my friends who works here was a coach, and his athletic trainer got in touch with me, and they kind of just created a job for me. And so I really liked it because I had my mornings off, so I could do my classes, and then I went to work in the afternoon, and I've been here ever since.
Very cool. I'm noticing when you're answering the questions, and I think you mentioned you went to Mars Hill College, and that's where Caleb went, right?
Yeah. Caleb was in the class ahead of me.
So Caleb, a listener that is in China, is I don't know, not related like family, but connected to Mary, an athletic trainer in Alaska. So we are quite covering the globe here.
Apparently.
All right, so tell me a little bit more about athletic training. How did you hear about it to start with, and then continue up to where you are right now?
So when I was in high school, we had a part-time athletic trainer. She worked mainly with football, but we saw her a little bit with some of the other sports. She was definitely a clinic outreach. So, like I said, she did mainly like football and a little bit of basketball, but I went to a really small school. So I kind of met her there, but I didn't really know a lot about it. We definitely didn't have like a student program or anything like that. So I graduated, went to community college. I was coaching at the time, swimming, and I had some swimmers who were like cramping up in practice, and then I had another girl who had a pretty bad car accident, and so just kind of learning how to deal with those on the fly as an 18-year-old. And so then I started kind of researching what I wanted to do after I finished my associate's degree. And I was like, well, sports medicine sounds kind of fun. So I just kind of got online and started like looking for some stuff, and found out about athletic training, and I looked for programs close to me, and I found Mars Hill. So they only accepted like 8 kids a semester, so it was a really small class, and so it was pretty cool. So that's kind of how I got connected.
All right, so you said you were coaching swim. Is that like club sport or whatever at 18?
No, it was a high school sport. So, like I said, I went to a really small school, and so we had like a state championship swimmer on our team, and nobody was there to coach the team. And I'd been there for 4 years, and we had grown up together on our club team. And so the year after I graduated, our AD was like, "Hey, you want a job?" And they gave me a faculty sponsor, and I started coaching both of our teams for like 3 years, and because we only had like 5 people on our team. And so by the time I was done, we had like 26 or so, but it was such a good experience.
Wow, 18 years old, you're coaching high school. It's quite a story. And then that kind of led you to becoming an athletic trainer. So very interesting. All right, so continue on. You said your junior college, and then Mars Hill, and then what was after Mars Hill?
So I went to Mars Hill for I did the junior college for 3 years. I graduated there. I went to Mars Hill, and so that program was about 3 years. And then, which I loved, all my classmates were like family. Like I said, we had a really small class, so we had probably about, I started I think with 9 and ended up with 5. And so then after I finished there, I got an internship at Western Carolina University working football, and I was there for 2 years, and then I decided to come to Alaska.
All right, so very interesting story. Where is your family right now?
In North Carolina.
All right, so how often do they get to come visit you?
We try to do they come up here once a year, I go down there once a year. They live in a really beautiful part of North Carolina in Asheville, so I kind of get to go on vacation down there, and they get to come on vacation up here. So we've made it kind of twice a year thing for a while, and it's when Alaska's very flyer friendly, so you can pretty much get frequent flyer miles for just about anything up here. So flying becomes fairly easy once that's the only mode of transportation out that's of any time ease. So we make it work. It's pretty good.
All right. And how long you been married?
Almost 2 years.
Almost 2 years.
Yeah.
And is your husband from Alaska?
Yeah, so he's from here, and we met before I moved here, but I told him I wouldn't move here for him, so he found me a job. So he helped facilitate the relationship with my now boss, and all of his friends really liked me, so they got on board, and they're really big in the sports community up here, so put in some good words for me, and I'm still here, so that's pretty cool.
All right, a little bit more of your athletic training story. 6 years in the profession, what's the worst injury you've dealt with?
So I think the worst injury I've dealt with up here, I had a pretty good tib-fib fracture a couple years ago that kind of came out of nowhere. It was kind of a non-contact tib-fib, so that was kind of interesting. And then I would say outside of that, though, up here, especially the worst injury I've been dealing with are just head injuries. So a couple weekends ago, we had a really big wrestling tournament and lots of head injuries. They're so individualized, and people up here are still, figuring out how to deal with all of that. And it can be a very frustrating process, probably just like everywhere else in the United States, but a lot of time, a lot of paperwork, and a lot of explaining things over and over again, and stuff like that. And we've had a couple really bad ones of kids who are still having symptoms years later and things like that. So kind of helping them through that can be pretty difficult.
Hello?
Hello?
All right. I don't have any idea what happened. It just shut off. I just had this little white screen from Google. It said, "all snap." Something happened. So, that distracted me a little bit. We were talking about, oh, you were talking about worst injuries
Yes.
you've seen. So, I'm not sure where we were, but I want to ask you about the non-contact tib fib fracture.
Yeah.
How does that happen?
So he was a football player and had they started the play and he just kind of stepped back and it just went, and that's pretty much what happened. He didn't get tackled or anything like that. Just took a step back and landed on it funny, and that was that.
All right. Very interesting. You guys have to call 911 there?
Yeah, I did. So up here, for football games, we're pretty much, we do have a group of EMTs that are on site, but they cannot transport. So they were really great in helping me splint everything, but I'm pretty much the person there. So pretty much for things like that, because we do have a group of EMTs that can't transport on site, then things usually like that do get called 911. So the kid was really great about it. He didn't freak out or anything, so that was obviously really helpful, and he was telling me jokes by the end of it, so that's always a good sign.
All right. So you're talking about a lot of head injuries. Now, down here in Houston, we still have ER doctors that do the CAT scans that send them home with ibuprofen, and Houston is one of the leading medical centers in the nation. So when I remember talking to Chris, and just talking about how there's towns and villages that don't even have a doctor. So tell me a little bit more about dealing with a head injury there.
Okay, so anywhere in like Anchorage, Fairbanks, Juneau, those big cities, you're pretty safe as far as having some sort of medical. I'm not saying they're really great at dealing with concussions. We're definitely working on it. It's definitely gotten better. My boss, Lynn Young, won the NATA Service Award this year, and she is very hands-on with a lot of the providers in town. So she does a lot of presentations to physicians, the ER docs, and things like that. We actually had a kid go into the ER to get evaluated for concussion last week, and the ER physician handed him information to contact his athletic trainer to get the return to play protocol. So we were all pretty proud of that. It definitely doesn't happen every time, but so in town we can pretty much deal with it. Once you kind of get out into the more rural areas, a lot of like the 1A schools, even some of the 2A schools, in some of the small villages, they have like village clinics that are run by RNs or PAs, and so then their nearest town is usually at least a plane ride or very, very long snow machine ride away. So all schools in Alaska, the Alaska State Athletic Association has developed a return to play protocol for every school. So every school has access to this protocol. How it's being utilized out in those areas, I'm not entirely sure, because there's not really someone trained to take the coaches through it, but they at least have access to it. So in Anchorage, at least, we have, where I work, we have 6 athletic trainers, and we cover all the state tournaments for ASA, and when these kids come into town, then and they sustain it here, then we always send them home with information of this is what needs to happen, which kind of is helpful. But it's definitely a long road to making things work, kind of out in the smaller rural areas. But people are at least becoming more aware and better equipped to deal. One of my friends, who is a chiropractor and covers one of the teams out in this area, was traveling to Homer a few weeks ago, and you can drive there. It's like 5 hours. But they had a kid who had a facial injury, and he watched one of the doctors out of the stands come out and, well, his eyes look good, so I think he's fine. No concussion, like right off the bat. And we kind of were discussing how, there's a lot of work to do, but I think a lot of work has been done and is making it easier. So I think just to raise an awareness of things has really helped, and just being willing to open a discussion with people really helped too. So.
All right. Okay, so tell me some of the more memorable moments you've had as an athletic trainer.
So most of those I think will lie within Alaska for sure. I think just some of the weather stuff and, like I said, the wildlife stuff is just crazy. I've been at football practice and we have giant moose walk through our practice. There's a lot of fencing around where schools are, but pretty much in their habitat. So it's not uncommon for things like that to happen. When I know, like, some cross country, like, state championships, we've had to redirect for wildlife on the trail and things like that, and it's always a fun day, and Alaskans are so used to it. The other day, I wish I had a link so I could send you this video, but they had this mama bear and her 2 cubs stop traffic in downtown just trying to cross the road, and it's like the coolest thing ever. So I think a lot of the wildlife and the weather stuff is pretty crazy. Like I said, 3 years ago, my first year here, it snowed 8 inches the second last weekend of May. So that was kind of nutso. My boss was like, "Don't leave, it's never like this." So that was really fun, and trying to remember my list.
Yeah, we never had wildlife. We maybe had ants. You had to reroute the cross-country trail or something, but
Yeah.
we had dogs on the field once.
Nice. Yeah, I was at a baseball game once, and we just like walked back across the back, like all the way around the fence and back across the football field, and just kind of stood there and watched for a while, and then kind of made his way on. But yeah, usually for cross country at least, and cross country ski, then they definitely have moose spotters on the trail and things like that. And every now and then you'll hear someone come across, be like, "I think I saw a moose," and it's in the middle of the race, and you're like, "Well, at least they're running fast."
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. So we're still waiting for our first injury from that. Hopefully not anytime soon.
Yeah, hopefully not anytime too soon. Okay, so a lot of different experience. Tell me what's a life lesson you have learned as an athletic trainer.
So as an athletic trainer, I would definitely say learning patience, and especially in a new area. Athletic training can be, if you're working in an area that's established as an athletic trainer, you can really do a lot in taking it to the next level. And when you're working somewhere in Alaska and it's fairly new, when I first started here, finishing my 4th year, there was only 3 of us serving all the high schools in the area. And now we've grown to 6 where I work, another one at a different practice, and plus all the ones in Fairbanks. And then even the university's added a couple. So it's definitely growing, but you're still every day you're setting an example for what the profession of athletic training is up here. So learning a lot of patience and learning take time for yourself, because you can really burn yourself out pretty quickly just trying to do everything at once, and it's really tempting to just kill yourself every day, go to work, and it's, I think for the first couple of years I worked here, we were covering everything, and it was definitely like an athletic training marathon, but we've definitely expanded, so it makes it easier for us to all take time off, and our boss is really great and encourages us to do that, and all that. So I would definitely say taking time for yourself, because I think it's really hard as an athletic trainer for us to feel like that it's okay. And really, at the end of the day, if I'm not happy with myself and I can't take care of myself, then my kids are really going to suffer in the end. So those are kind of the two bigger ones. I think I would also throw in there that just being really confident in your decisions and things like that, especially when you're in the situation and parents are constantly questioning you, and you really get pretty good at having all that latest research in your back pocket, and the administrators and things like that are always really helpful. So those are kind of the big ones I think I've learned, especially since being here.
Yeah. Yeah, a place like that, I would think it'd be difficult, because you are trying to do everything because there is nothing, so you want to provide care for everybody, but if you're the only one there and then everybody's wanting you at everything they do, it'd be pretty tough. I mean, it's tough enough for me here, and there's 2 of us, and there's 11 of us for 5 high schools just in our district.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and so definitely important for you to take time there. And I know, again, seeing some of your pictures, just the beauty of taking your dog for a walk at that mirror lake or reflection lake, whatever it was, and overlooking those snow-capped mountains.
Yeah, we're pretty lucky, and during the school year we always have Sundays off, and that's kind of like our benefit day to go use that. So.
Yeah. Very cool.
That's kind of cool because we have 6 athletic trainers covering 7 high schools for everything, and then another 3 high schools for intermittent sports that we're kind of picking up here and there. So that's kind of an interesting ratio.
Yeah, but it's better than when you started.
Oh, no, for sure. And we're actually in the process of hiring some more people. So we're definitely still expanding and things like that. But it just kind of shows the difference, I think.
All right, so I'm going to have to work on my wife, see if I can get her to. So you guys are hiring, come up there, live in Alaska. What do you think? All right. All right, so tell me, who are 3 people you would like to thank and why?
So definitely my husband, because he's super understanding about the crazy work schedules that we have and the last minute changes, especially in the springtime, when there's snow and there's only 1 indoor facility for 8 schools. Things tend to change quite a bit in the springtime, so we rarely ever get to plan anything in the spring, but just very understanding. He's a coach too, so when we go through basketball season, it's great because neither one of us are ever home, and then whenever he's home and I'm always at work, then he's always very understanding. So he's found his favorite sports that he likes to come hang out with me at sometimes, and stuff like that. We have date night in the training room like everyone else, so it works out really great. And then I would definitely say my boss, Lynn. She's been a really great mentor, and I've learned so much from her, and she's always available for us when we have questions or are unsure. We can always call her up, and she's always there to help us out. So she's pretty great. And then I would definitely just say anyone else who's like kind of been there for me all along. I really appreciate all of my undergrad instructors and internship coworkers, and I definitely feel like I've learned something from everyone. Sometimes what not to do, but for the most part, things that I should do. So I think that's pretty much a lot of the people that I would be really looking for.
Very cool. If somebody wants to get a hold of you, maybe to find out about a job, or maybe just to have you, do a video call with their class about athletic training in Alaska, you can do a Skype call while you're at the track shoveling snow or something, then how are they going to get a hold of you?
Probably my email, or you can find me on Twitter. I'm not sure what my Twitter handle is, but I think it's Mary_Elaine8, something like that. But that or my email, MaryJPerez719@gmail.com.
All right, it's Mary_Elaine J. So MaryElainej. So
Perfect.
that'll work. All right, so if you want to get a hold of Mary, a listener to the Sports and Medicine broadcast in Alaska, find out some of the stuff that they're doing there, a lot of the changes they're innovating, and just the awesomeness of Alaska. I really look forward to, at some point, visiting and meeting you guys. So, Mary, thank you for listening to the Sports Medicine broadcast, and
Sure.
continuing to work out there.
Yeah. Thanks.
All right, so for Jeremy, Sports Medicine broadcast, that is a wrap. Thanks, Mary.
Thanks.
So you can hang up, Mary, or you can stay on, and then I'll unmute the other people, because what we're doing during the intermittent time is just having like a no agenda chat. So if you want to go, you can go. If you want to stay, you can.
It's only 7 a.m., so I got lots of time.
So Kat, Israel, if you guys, there you go, there's Kat back in. If you want to jump back in, Israel, I think he's got a kid in his office, so.
I was just doing my concussion paperwork for my kid this morning.
Gotcha. So, Kat, this is Mary. Kat,
Hi, Mary.
Nice to meet you. Where are you at?
I'm in Houston, in Texas, North Woodlands area.
Very cool. Yeah, awesome. I hear great things about Texas. I get a lot of kids from Texas, so.
Well, you now have a lot of places to stay. Jeremy, me, come on down. We have NATA next year, so.
Nice. Yeah, we're always looking for an excuse to kind of go on a warm vacation somewhere. So, except for summer, you never leave in the summertime because that's like the nice time. So.
Yeah, it's very, very hot here in the summer. Extremely hot. Yeah.
We just had some like 75 to 80 degree weather last weekend, which you only get maybe 15 days a year of anything close to that. So, I'm kind of becoming accustomed to this cool Alaskan weather, and I was a little hot. So yeah, going down. We went to Vegas for the NATA, and it was so hot that year. Oh my gosh.
Nothing like it's going to be in Houston. It's going to be even hotter because we have the humidity.
Yeah, so we're really dry up here too. So that's kind of the other thing is, yeah, we like dry heat. It's great.
Yeah, I've gotten acclimated. I've been here about 19 years, so my blood now is water.
Nice. Yeah, very cool. Yeah, awesome. Well, this has bin fun.
Yeah, I enjoy Jeremy. He does a really great job.
Really. I think it's really great.
Yeah. So he's just filling up time right now, though, I think.
Oh, good.
Having us all come on.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad I have a puppy, and she's just really attention to me, so she's been really quiet this morning. I'm kind of proud of her.
She knows you're working.
Better. Yeah. Very cool. So, do you work at a high school down there then?
Yes. I'm at a very big 6A high school here in Spring. It's north of Houston, still Houston.
So, what are some of the
area.
sports that you guys have there, like that are kind of different?
Well, of course, our seasons would be different. In the fall, of course, we do football, volleyball, cross country. We start with swimming. Tennis, of course, we have 2 tennis seasons. And then we kind of roll into our winter sports, which is going to be our basketball, wrestling, and then we also have soccer, which is outside, which is a winter sport.
Winter? Whoa, cool.
Yeah, in January. It starts from January till about spring break.
Cool.
And now we're in...
Girls, do they go at the same time?
Pardon?
Does the boys and girls go at the same time?
Yes.
Okay.
Boys and girls soccer, and then boys and girls basketball, as well as boys and girls wrestling. They kind of go on the same time with the later part is swimming and diving. So that would be kind of what I consider winter.
Yeah, that's cool.
Which is not winter compared to yours.
Oh, you know. So we have hockey up here, and which is fun. I grew up in the South, and I did not grow up around hockey, so kind of a new experience. But it's good. I like my hockey team. It's always fun. The first thing I think I learned of here, because none of our schools, well, a lot of our schools don't have athletic training rooms or ice machines available. So the first thing I learned was just go outside. There's a bunch of snow and make ice bags. So
I was gonna say that you don't need ice.
Nope, not at all. I just want my kids to hang their phone out the window on the way home, and it'll work out great. Just all 5 minutes, you're good. I don't think it does the same. I don't know, but yeah, it's kind of at least kind of fun.
That is awesome. I love hockey. I married an athletic trainer from Pittsburgh, and so now we're watching the Pittsburgh. Yeah.
Very cool. Yeah. So hockey's probably to them like basketball is to Alaska. It's like the biggest sport here. So.
Yeah, I would love to have hockey. I don't want to add another sport. I don't want to add another sport. Right now we're in baseball playoffs. Our softball got out, and of course spring football. So.
Oh yeah, we definitely do not have spring football up here. It's kind of nice. Yeah. And then our softball baseball just started a few weeks ago. So softball baseball up here is usually about 6 weeks in the spring, and that's it. But then they do, it's outsourced, so they do it through like American Legion and Softball Association. So then over the summer they have full-on comp summer season. So
like a club.
Yeah. But school softball baseball is very short seasons up here, so.
That's kind of like our hockey and our lacrosse. It's kind of, even though they're Klein, yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. So we have girls flag football up here, which is really an interesting sport to work. And so we're like constantly trying to talk some people we know into being like, oh, let's change over to girls lacrosse.
Yeah, I would say lacrosse would have more of a future than girls football.
Yes.
I would think.
There's a lot of girls up here also that play regular football, which was something new for me.
Oh, yeah, we don't have too many of those down here.
Yeah, I have a couple teams, especially at the freshman level. Maybe I've had a JV level, but most of them are on C team, and they play on the line.
Wait a minute. I think I lost you.
Oh.
I think I lost you.
Are you there?
Yeah, hold on.
Oh, you're good. It's thinking.
We got an old snap. I don't know. Jeremy? Jeremy? I can't hear you.
He muted us. Just kidding.
I don't know.
There you are.
Oh, there you go. Okay. I was like,
yeah. No, you're good.
What he was talking about before that white old snap. I didn't touch anything.
What happened?
He's done a lot with me in the last 3-4 years. I've learned a lot.
Nice.
Old dog, new tricks.
So, yeah, we have some girls who play football on the line. It's kind of interesting. I went out for an injury once, and I was like, oh, I haven't seen you on the sidelines before, but cool.
That's because she's in the game.
I know. No, there's a lot of girls, especially even at the middle school level for Pop Warner and Boys and Girls Club. There's a lot of girls that play football.
And what's the future of female football? I mean, there's no scholarships. There's no teams in collegiate.
So the flag football is a girls' official school sport, but there's girls who actually play on the boys' team.
Wow.
Which is, there's a lot of Alaskans that do that. Wrestling has a ton of girls in it up here, which was kind of new to me also.
We have female wrestling here too.
And this year they actually just created a separate, or maybe last year they started it, a separate state championship for the girls.
Yeah,
which
we
is kind
have
of
that.
which is kind of interesting. So they just did that last year and stuff like that. But yeah, so the girls flag football is a really interesting thing up here. There's a ton of concussions.
Yeah.
It's non-contact. It's like an argument every year, but we're trying to kind of petition to get rid of it. But I don't think that's going to happen. But we're at least trying to be like, oh, let's replace it with something else. But us and Florida are the only states that actually have like real girls flag football.
I think as a female, that's cool. Great Title IX. As an athletic trainer, what? You know?
It's really interesting. So I would say that's probably one of the more interesting.
Contact sports. Those are not every
My sister seems like no contact sports for girls. No.
It's supposed to be non-contact, and you get one of the worst concussions I've had from a girl who played flag football because they're all pretty rough.
Well, yeah. I mean, girls are worse than boys.
Yeah.
Truly, I think.
It's really interesting. So, yeah, one of my teams, the coach petitioned to wear you know the padding that goes on the Guardian caps?
Yeah.
Of wearing those directly on the head, like something like that directly on their head. And we've gone back and forth about this a lot of why it doesn't prevent concussions. But he really insists that they wear them, and they're a really pretty color of blue.
But still, that's.
So,
did you give him the egg lesson?
Yeah. Yeah. He's been a coach for 20 years, and he believes in it. So I'm like,
okay, let's
Take
put
it
more weight. Yeah, put
Yeah.
more weight on the head and the neck, because that's going to help.
yeah. So it's kind of fun, but yeah. So that's kind of our one interesting sport, and then my kids also get to do bowling, which is kind of fun. I never had that in high school.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Like a school sport, and then we also have gymnastics.
Oh, you have gymnastics. I'm so glad we don't have that.
But it's not a sport that we cover their games because there's other sports that are in that season that have more participants at a higher risk. So
Yeah, but that would be cool.
But yeah. So kind of cool stuff.
Yeah.
But very cool.
Yeah, that is kind of cool.
Yeah. Very cool. I don't usually get up this early, so it's kind of fun.
You said it was 7 a.m., right?
Yeah, so we have about 17 hours of daylight right now, and then it's dusk for about 2 hours outside of that, so it's really bright in the morning. My husband leaves to go to work at 4 a.m., and it's really bright outside, so I don't usually get up this morning, so it's kind of fun.
I was going to say, yeah, I get up at 4:45. I'm at school by 6:30.
Wow. And then you guys, like, how late do your practices and stuff usually go?
Right now, until we're off the field at 6 o'clock. And so I've been getting home, Monday through Wednesday. Right now I'm doing football Monday through Wednesday because Thursday, Friday, Saturday we're in, boys baseball playoffs. Mm-hmm. So I'm on my 4th cup of coffee. Yesterday was worse because Thursday we drove to Austin to play Round Rock. So didn't get back to school.
You guys play spring games too?
Well, for baseball.
Oh, baseball. Sorry.
So,
I was like,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so we drove. Yeah, we drove right after school, 2:30, to Round Rock, and played there the 7:30 game. Came back. We arrived back at school at 2 a.m. So I didn't get home until about 2:30. Mm-hmm. Then I was back up here again for 6 o'clock. So that was a little rough. And then Friday we played here. Our field got destroyed with the floods that we had a few weeks ago, and we had a tornado. So our home field is actually up the road in another district, College Park. They're in Conroe district. So we played there, got home about 1 a.m.
Nice.
And Saturday, we traveled the state of Texas trying to outrun the weather. We were supposed to play up in College Station, which is about an hour and a half. That got hit. Then we were going to go up to Mumford. That got hit. Then we went over to Waco. We finally played at Waco. We left here at 8 a.m. for the 2 o'clock game, but we played at the 7:30 game. Got back again at 2:30.
Oh my God.
So I'm like, when I was 27, I probably could do it, but at 47, I'm dying.
Good.
I'm dying.
How far do you guys usually travel for games? Like, what's kind of the farthest that you usually have to go?
Well, our district has changed for next year. We're in realignment, and Jeremy can tell you a little bit more about that too. We normally were pretty close. Conroe, Humble was maybe an hour away. Spring is kind of right across the freeway from us, 5 minutes.
Yeah.
But next year we're at Spring Branch, and that's going to be about an hour away-ish. But of course now with playoffs, with region, like, we just played a team from Austin, and we're in Houston. But this round we're going to play a team in Humble, so Atascocita.
So at the end of the season, do you guys have like districts and then regions and then state?
Yes. Yeah. Semifinal, quarterfinal,
Wow.
regional, district, regional, quarter, semi, final.
Wow. Yeah, so we only maybe have regions and then states, which is really nice. But it depends on the sport. Sometimes they do some really long brackets and stuff because the teams travel so far. So a lot of times your state tournaments are really long because they have to make it worth it for those teams to come in. So we have soccer regions starting this week. So we have 5 athletic trainers working in Anchorage. I'm the only one working out in the Valley right now, and I've been picking up sports at different schools. So the Anchorage schools are easy because they're all in the same region. They're in their own region. So there's 8 schools. They all play each other. So it's like, great, I travel across town maybe, I mean, some of these schools are only like 4 or 5 miles apart. And so like that's super easy. Well, out here in the Valley, they're in the Northern Lights Conference. And so, I mean, they are like Kodiak. I have to fly to get there. Then there's 3 4A schools out in this area, so they are all in the same conference. But then they also have like Kenai, Homer, Soldotna, which is all down on the peninsula. So that's I'm traveling there Thursday, so that's about 4 hours. And then even for different sports, they have different people in their conference because some of the schools don't have certain sports. So like Cordova, which is also like a fly-to place, and stuff like that is in their conference. So they get to do a lot of traveling, and it's kind of fun. My husband coaches basketball in Dutch Harbor in Alaska. I was out on the Aleutians, where the Deadliest Catch is filmed. So they actually, because they either have to fly out or teams have to fly in, right? So in order to get people to come play them, they usually will offer them travel costs, like plane tickets, to come and fly in, because if they're flying out, they also have to pay for hotel for their team. So it doesn't really matter. So like my husband's team went in, and they go out and they play. Like my swim team went out there and they had this like big crab cook for everybody.
Oh.
Like it's so fun. Like, and they're all so like hospitable and things like that. So traveling here can be really
Pay
fun.
me in crab and I would go.
Oh, we get it like all the time. We have a friend that lives out there, and we just got like 50 pounds of crab for Christmas. So like
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll cook for you.
Yeah, we definitely. We'll give you steak over here, but I love seafood.
Oh, perfect. It's like that's our holiday meal is ribeyes and crab.
That sounds good.
Yeah, it's so fun. I haven't been to Kodiak yet. I'm really excited. There's not a lot in these places at all, but it's kind of fun at least just to get to travel around Alaska a little bit, because a lot of these places, unless you have a reason to go there, you're not going to go to Barrow just for family vacation, So because it's up on the slope where all the oil workers are and stuff like that. So it's not.
Do they look at you like you're not from around here?
No, because Alaska is very so Anchorage schools, East and Bartlett High School are like number 1 and 2 in the nation for diversity.
Oh,
so
cool.
Everybody
comes.
Yeah, so Alaska has a lot of government programs for people to come and stay here. So we have a lot of kids there's a large Samoan population. We have a lot of kids from Sudan and Africa.
They must be freezing.
It's so fun to hear their stories, because a lot of these kids like leave really bad situations there, and their families come up here. And like my soccer coach found this kid who was like super quick and a really great kid, and story in the paper, and just really interesting how someone left Sudan and come to Alaska, and just super great stories. And there's also a really large Western Pacific, like Thailand, and I have a lot of Chong kids on my soccer team, which is really great because I can't communicate at all, which is really fun. But I mean, there's a huge diversity of kids up here, which I didn't really expect, but everyone's kind of really used to it. So everyone's really friendly and stuff like that. So yeah, it's kind of interesting.
That sounds. That does, because then you get to meet so many different walks of life. And, you know, you've got connections now all over the world.
Oh yeah,
the kids are all over.
A lot of my kids go back to American Samoa like all the time, and their families, and just the cultural things that they bring in are really cool. A lot of my volleyball coaches were Samoan, and so they would bring in all these leis and stuff for senior night, and it's kind of a graduation staple now in Alaska. You'll see pictures of kids just with leis and the candy leis and things like that, and they brought one for me once. It was really sweet. So yeah, it's so cool. I didn't expect that when I moved here, but it's been really great. So and a lot of, especially in some of the villages, a lot of there's a big mix of kids too, because of parents and things who either are teachers or doctors or work up on the slope and things like that. So there's kind of a good mix everywhere you go, which is kind of cool.
Cool. I don't think many people would kind of think about that.
No,
that
and
aspect.
I definitely didn't, and it was kind of a culture shock a little bit whenever I first got here. And there are definitely some schools that are easier than others, and my boss put me in a great school my first year here, and I loved it. Like, I actually really miss all of my kids from there. I just moved out to the Valley this year, so I'm still missing all of my kids from there. But yeah, it was kind of interesting because I definitely did not expect that when I moved here. So
it seems like it's now home.
It is, yeah. All my football players at the Division I school I was working at were like, "So you're gonna like live in an igloo and have like a dog sled team?" And, we have like real houses and real like cars and things like that. So.
But you still might have a couple of dogs.
I have one dog, and she's not a husky, but.
No, not a husky.
I know. There's a lot of them around here.
Tim is. Come say hi, Tim. Show her your face. He's originally was born in Alaska. He actually has a Alaskan husky named Yukon. This is his first year here. But he's from Missouri. Yeah. Here, let me unplug you. Hold on.
Yeah, I was actually born in Eagle River.
Oh, cool. That's one of our schools.
Yes. Yeah, my dad worked in the pipeline, and my mom worked for the mom.
Yeah, so Eagle River is one of our.
Raining outside.
And my uncle worked on the Denny's catch boats. He was a diesel mechanic for Cat.
They will come out like
That's
awesome.
crap.
So we can hear
All good.
Yes.
Very cool.
Well, you need to do like a webinar when you walk out for like those Northern Lights you were talking about, Northern Lights. That's on my bucket list one of these days.
Wow. So we had a housewarming party out here in September, and it was like 11 o'clock at night. We walked outside, and the whole sky was just completely lit up, all sorts of colors. I mean, I kind of see them here and there, like okay, but like this is like all different colors, and it was so. It was one of the best I've ever seen. People, they will pay, like they have trips
No,
cake.
two different kids.
$400 just
So
to go out and
David was
photograph
running
and
after
go
chicken.
out in the middle of nowhere
He
and
was
fair.
in here, but we didn't call an ambulance. Yeah, but I told him not to run.
But it's kind of cool.
I would think so. That would be just the
You're
crab
welcome
and the
to
lights. Yeah. Well,
Yeah, you're-
September, kind of in the beginning of my football season. I don't think my head coach would.
Thanksgiving break. Oh wait, that's
Yeah.
the middle of the football season. Our football season is over in the middle of October, so we only have an 8-week season.
Yeah, we have our 10-week plus our 0-week, and then Thanksgiving. We are thankful to be practicing on Thanksgiving because that's our round 2 playoffs, and we always give up our Thanksgiving and then lose that Saturday. It drives me crazy.
Yeah. No, it is snowing by that time, so usually like the middle of October, it is really cold outside, and you are just hoping for the end of football season. So
That's our soccer. Our soccer in January, February is wet and cold, and since it's wet and cold, it's so damp. I tell the kids, it's my bones. It gets to my bones.
yeah, you will definitely learn how to layer up a lot here because we get a lot of rain and wind mixed together, and it gets a little chilly. But
You would think I would be hardier, but ooh, I've gotten a wimpy in my old age. Nope, too cold for me. It's below 70. It's too cold.
you're lucky to be 70 in the summertime, so.
Oh well, we're 110. Well, I'm okay.
Nice. Yeah, we just brought a guy up from Utah last year, and he was like, I don't know if I can get used to this. Just in the fall time because it starts off really nice, and then quickly, so fall and spring here is about 2 weeks. It's all summer and winter. Well, okay, construction season and winter. So he can tell you, it's so true. So, yeah, he was like, I don't know if I can handle this because it was like 4 weeks left and his team was in playoffs for state, and he was like, it's getting kind of cold outside, and yeah. So we were lucky. Everybody just got their own field not too long ago. So we used to all play on one field. So you would play a lot of Fridays and Saturdays, and everybody would play on the same field. And so we're actually really lucky. Everybody just got their own field not too long ago. So we're kind of getting to the Friday night football thing. It's kind of becoming a thing. So that's kind of fun.
It's a huge thing. Once you get into it, it's very difficult to get back out.
Yeah. So one of our football teams came down and played at Stevensville High School.
Yeah. Mike
last
Carroll.
year. Yeah.
Mike Carroll.
South Anchorage High School came and played them last year. Was it last year? Maybe the year before? So much time has gone by, I'm not really sure. But it was in the last year or two, and we were like, man, our team is going to get whooped because our team had been the state championships state champions up here, but Alaska team going to Texas the first week of August, it's always going to work out really well. So, but they
We're
actually,
not that bad.
I think they lost like 44-0, but it wasn't as bad as it could have been. But I mean, considering all of the weather, climate changes, they were like, "Do you want to go?" And I was like, "No." We sent somebody with them, but it was someone we just hired, so we were like,
Oh, the newbie got to go.
"Yeah."
Rock, paper, scissors, you lose.
I had just gotten married and got back from my honeymoon, and I went to Fairbanks for a state soccer thing. So then I was like, "Oh, I don't think I'm gonna go."
Hold on one second. This is Kat. Every new number. All right, student trainers.
Kat, you don't have to yell that into the microphone there, Kat.
In the front. Hey, sorry. My bell just rang. Let me get my kids going.
All right. All right, so Mary, you been having a good conversation?
Yeah. Yep,
No, actually, I walked away and ate lunch.
That's always a good thing.
Yeah, because I got like 3 interviews scheduled at starting at 10:30, so it's normally when I eat lunch. It's like, I better go sneak away right now. Kat's just chatting it up, so.
Yeah.
So what time are you going into work today?
We always start work at 2. So
Miss Murray wants to make a mistake.
we always have morning free
She was
unless it's
saying it wrong. I was like, well, Miss Murray, calm down.
See, it's getting better and better.
Yep, so I just go to work at 2 every day, and
North Carolina.
Crabs, Northern Lights, and you get to sleep in. You know, if I could talk Brian to going to Alaska, that might, you know.
bring your team up here. We bring lots of teams up every year to play in lots of different tournaments. So
I would definitely go. I would definitely go.
I'll tell you some tournaments to scope out. So
All right.
Hey,
Let
Mary,
me
do
get
you
my
know
kids going.
anything about the tournament? Was it you that was telling me about the tournament that's in November?
the Great Alaska,
I think it's the Great American Shootout or something like that.
Great Alaska Shootout.
Great Alaska Shootout.
Yeah.
So talk to me a little bit about that, because it'd be really cool if I sent a kid up, one of my high school kids up there for a Thanksgiving break internship or just a trip, something like that. So talk to me a little bit more about that.
Yeah, so the Great Alaska Shootout is over Thanksgiving break. They bring up a bunch of the D1 schools to play. So every year we have students who can apply to work. Basically, the student follows the athletic trainer who is with. They play into a team basically to follow the athletic trainer and help them out. So a lot of in the past it's been our students who are interested in becoming athletic trainers or following sports medicine. So I've had about 3 or 4 students who've done it, and they've always had a great experience, some exposure to what athletic training looks like at the next level and different stuff like that. So all my kids have always had a really great experience with it. So I can get some more information for you. There's always like an application to fill out and things like that. With like a mentor has to sign off on it, and you have to list your experience and things like that. So.
All right. Sounds like something that'd be really cool is if we could get that set up and send one kid from our school or from our district, and then that kind of starts the ball rolling, because we got the one trip we were trying to go to Hawaii, we got that denied, but because they don't want us flying overseas. So I don't know if they would actually let us to fly to Alaska because we have to cross Canada, but if we start that with that one, we can begin building the relationship and building the thing and going from there. So
there's some other camps and stuff I'll have to email you about, like the camp that you're working for. That's kind of how I got started. So, and they pay really fair. So I should give you some information. I'll send you some information of some different stuff.
Very cool. All right. Well, I'm gonna bring Carlos in. You can hang out and I can mute you, or you can go on about your day.
I'll hang out for a little bit.
Okay.
How's it going, Jeremy?
Welcome.
How's it going?
That's some serious facial hair you got going on there, man.
Thank you very much. It's to make up for what I don't have up top.
All right. So you've been able to listen in on any of the conversations so far?
Not yet. This morning I was outside with practice duties, so I haven't heard much of anything. I apologize.
That's all right. So, you ready to go?
Yeah, I'm ready to go.
All right. Here we go through. I gotta go start the recordings. My kids just woke up. All right, here we go in 3, 2, 1. What's up, y'all? Welcome to the Sports Medicine Broadcast. We're doing Listener Spotlight. Carlos Presa is down in La Jolla, down there in the Valley of Texas, doing some good work. He is also the counterpart of Israel Montano. Both of them are great advocates for the sports medicine broadcast in their area. I know they've been very active in the chat rooms when we're doing the live chat. Both of them were there for the last one. We were talking about legal concerns and students taping and that kind of thing. So lots of good conversation going on there, and I think lots of growth going on down in the valley with great athletic trainers. Carlos, this is about you. So, how long have you been in the profession?
I've been in it for 15 years. With 1 year, kind of I didn't take off, but I had to take it off. So 16 years, I guess, but only 15 years working.
All right, and then tell me about high school, because I was 4 years in high school, 5 years in college, and now this is my 12th year as a professional. What does your story look like?
Yeah, I started off like any other kid. You know, I have older brothers, and one of my older brother was in football. So as I became a high school student, you know, hey, my brother's in football. You know, he's an athlete. So let me give this a try because we never tried it in middle school. So I joined the football team. Classic story. You know, I subluxed my shoulder or pinched my AC joint. I don't know. As a student, as a kid, I don't know exactly what I did. I just know I hurt my shoulder. Could no longer play, but I didn't want to leave, you know, sports. You know, I had friends on the football team, so I wanted to stick around. And so, hey, look, there's some other people on the sideline, you know, doing stuff. I wonder what they're doing. And, you know, they were the student trainers, which were also the equipment managers. So for 3.5 years, I was a student trainer and an equipment manager. I gave it a try. I had a knack for it. You know, I picked up taping real easily. You know, slapping on Band-Aids. You know, and you know, oh hey, go get a cooler of this and that. That was easy for me.
Mm-hmm.
And so I liked it. I stuck with it, and I found out, hey, you can make money doing this. Let me go to college. And so yeah, I went to University of Texas in Arlington as a student athletic trainer.
Gotcha. 4 years there.
No, like you, 5 years.
Very good. Hey, my scholarship paid for 5. Why not take it, right?
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I was looking at I just got my transcripts back from Human Resources, and they said, like, I took 156 hours because I was planning on doing physical therapy school, so I took all these extra classes, and I was like, man, I think that's a lot more than I was supposed to take, but whatever. I met my wife my 5th year, so it was all part of the plan.
Oh, there you go. Good work. No, I think with me, I graduated with a BA, but if I'd taken one other class, I could have gotten a BA and a BS.
Yeah. Just works that way. All right, so you graduated from UTA, and then now what's your journey look like from there?
I mean, I don't have any aspirations to move into athletic directing. I'm not athletic to become a director or a coordinator. I'm happy as an athletic trainer. Although PT school was kind of on the back of my mind as a high school student, when I got to college, and you know, strictly speaking about PTs, they don't usually go outside. They don't usually deal with just a certain demographic of athletes or age group of athletes. So then that turned me off. So I'm happy where I'm at, and it looks like this is where I'll be.
Did you say you've been all 15 years at the same school?
Oh, heck no. I've moved around. I've actually worked at Texas City for a year, but I was contracted through the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I started off in the Corpus Christi area in Robstown, and then you know, slowly moved on over to the South Texas, you know, with La Jolla. But right now, yes, La Jolla's got the bulk of my years.
Gotcha. Very cool. Texas City, right down the road from us. So we played them, I think, 2 years ago in football. It was not pretty at all. I think it was something like 70-7. But,
oh wow.
Yeah, they're pretty good. So, all right. Tell me about some, in your opinion, the worst injury you've dealt with.
Well, I guess I don't know if Izzy used the same story or not. We didn't compare notes, but just recently we had a knee dislocation, and he tore 3 of his 4 ligaments. And I mean, yes, I've seen an ankle turned the wrong way because of a fracture, but that wasn't my student. I mean, I saw it. I was there. I responded first, but then once they strapped him in and took him away, he wasn't mine.
Right.
As far as my injuries, you know, from a student, that would be one of the worst ones, not including concussions, because every concussion is its own beast. And one of the scariest ones was where a kid, he had personality changes that lasted 6 months. He was not himself for a full 6 months after this concussion. And in the terms of length of symptoms, that's scary.
Yeah, changes that big. So
yeah,
he mentioned the knee dislocation and that the kid just recently had the reconstructive surgery. So
Yeah.
But you guys are looking about 2 years with him for
Yes.
rehab. Yeah. It's pretty catastrophic, pretty life altering. So.
Yeah. So we're gonna have to learn how to stay positive for him. I mean, I've never had to deal with a life-changing injury like that ever so far. So it'll be a challenge.
I wonder if any of that new stuff, like the blood flow restriction, if any of that stuff would work for somebody like him. Because I with the vascular compromise, I just don't know all the deal. But if the blood flow restriction helps heal faster, then I wonder if that would be something with him that would improve him. I don't know.
I have not heard any about that stuff. I'll have to look that stuff up.
Well, we talked about it with Kevin Maloney during the month of March at some point. So I know we talked about it on the podcast. So
Okay, I must have missed that one. I'll look that one up.
All right. So other than that injury there, tell me about your most memorable moment as an athletic trainer.
This is a bit of a funny one because, yes, we deal with athletes, we deal with injuries, and we're used, or at least I would like to think after a couple of years, you're used to rehabbing something. They go back on the field and they perform to the level that they were before the injury. So for me, I don't really see that as something memorable. That's my goal. That's what they should be. That's what we should do every day. So this is not an actual story about an injury. Just a kid. He was a junior, a good football player, good soccer player, good athlete all around. But for some strange reason, none of the coaches has ever taught him how to spin to avoid a tackle. And I noticed that we were doing knee rehab for him, and so part of the rehab, I taught him how to spin off of the tackle dummies. And lo and behold, that very next week when he was released, he scored a touchdown by doing that move, and he came running off the sidelines, and he was like, Carlos, did you see I did your move? And a move that should be normal to some of these upper-level athletes was new to him, and he scored a touchdown. And don't get me wrong, he had scored plenty of touchdowns in his career, but off of that move was something new and exciting.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool, interesting story. So,
yeah.
Very good, very good. All right, what life lessons have you learned being an athletic trainer?
Oh, that's another tough one because with different stages in your life, you're going to learn different lessons, and all of them are important. I guess that's a tough one for me to answer. Just to have patience. Or whether you know it or not, you've got friends or family or even a athletic training community that can come to your aid. So have patience and don't be afraid to ask if anything comes up, whether it's help, whether it's knowledge. Really, that's all I got for that one.
Israel, I think, said something very similar this morning, and then Mary, she's still down there just listening in, smiling. She said the same thing. Patience was one of the big life lessons she's learned, and just being flexible. So seems to be the theme, huh?
Yeah.
All right. If you got one piece of advice for athletic trainers, what's that going to be?
Well, definitely don't be afraid of change. Like we're talking a lot about this student trainers and the liability. So that's obviously going to be changed for some people. Or maybe not. Maybe some people are following all the rules and they've been doing it right, or not necessarily right. They've been doing it the way the NATA wants it done. Let's put it that way. So yeah, don't be afraid of change, and definitely only worry about the things that you can actually do something about. There's no reason to worry about other things that you just cannot control. Because I'm sure you see students all the time worried about stuff that are out of their control, and you're like, oh my goodness. Well, one, you're young and you really don't know what to worry about, and two, when you get older, you'll learn. Worry about the things you can affect.
All right, good ones. Worry about the things that you can affect. All right. Now, there's got to be some people you want to thank, so tell me 3 of those and why you're going to thank them.
Okay. Naturally, you got to thank the parents. 2 older brothers, and I was the only one to go off to college. And I'm from Houston, and I actually went to Arlington, so that's a couple 100 miles away. And they supported me in that. They didn't push me, obviously, to go to college, but at the same time, they didn't discourage it. So thank you for supporting me throughout the years with however they could, making it through college. Thank you. I want to thank them for that. And of course, my high school athletic trainer, Thomas Phillips, in the Dulles High School.
Thomas and Dulles. Did you know I used to work at George Bush High School?
Did you?
Yeah, well, I don't know if that was around back when you were in high school, but yeah, I worked with Thomas. So. Sorry.
Funny guy. Oh, he was a riot. Oh, I loved the guy.
Sorry,
I don't know if he's still. I don't know if he's still training or if he's in the classroom.
I think he retired last year or the year before.
Okay. So I had the honor of being a student under him, and then I guess the natural progression would be the trainer at UTA, Brian Conway. He was my student trainer, or he was my head trainer back then.
Gotcha. Very cool.
Yeah.
All right, good work. Carlos, somebody wants to get a hold of you. How are they going to do that?
They can always get a hold. Well, I work in a bunker, so the phones don't always go through, but you're more than welcome to try my cell phone. It's area code 713-277-8333. And then there's always the school email. It's c.presas@lajoyaisd.net.
I see you got that Houston area cell phone. There you go. All right, Carlos Presas, La Joya ISD, and I had it right, or there's 0. It's La Joya, Lincoln Morris High School in La Joya ISD.
You would think, but no, it's Juarez Lincoln.
Juarez Lincoln. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I had it right with Israel. That's a lot to remember. So.
Yeah.
So if you want to get a hold of him, he just gave you his information. If you're looking for a job down in the valley, or you just want to hear some more about his thoughts, or you want to figure out how you can make your facial hair look like his, you can hit him up. That is definitely a unique facial hair thing you got going on there. So Carlos, thanks for being a part of the Sports Medicine broadcast. Thanks for
having me.
Telling people. And again, I look forward to seeing you down at Spats this summer too.
Absolutely. We'll see you here.
All right. So at this point, you're free to hang on the line and chat. I know Israel was on earlier. Mary's still on. So I'm going to unmute Mary. So if you want to chat, you can. If you need to go, you can. If Israel wants to stay on and chat, that's fine too. I just have to go over there and stop the recording, and I'll be right back. Take me about a minute. So.
All right. Izzy. Were you trying to show me a picture of a mermaid? The mermaid. When did we ever have chalupa here?
What are we trying to figure out?
Okay.
How come we never found it?
I don't know. Okay, so we're done.
Hi. How are you?
I'm doing good. I got some students here, and Izzy's on the other side of the computer.
Very cool. Hello, guys.
Say
So
hi.
there are students watching in?
Well, we finally let them in because they don't know how to be quiet if we're ever trying to do something important.
What?
So Mary, that's one question I got for you. Do you have any student athletic trainer programs there in Alaska? High school students?
Not formally. We get a lot of Anchorage School District has a gifted mentorship program, so kids can apply to do mentorships with you, and they get school credit for it. And so we have some students who do that, and then there's a couple students who like to just kind of come around and help you out and things like that. but nothing like super formal because we're not really stationed at just one school. So usually have 2 schools that you float around at, and so it's really hard to have a formal program whenever you're not there every day. So
Yeah, because you said you go to work at 2. So our school day ends at 2:30 here. I don't know what it normally does there in Alaska, but I figure somewhere pretty close. So mostly an after-school gig for you.
Yep. So school ends at 2 o'clock, 2:15. Anchorage ends at 2. Valley ends at 2:15, and go to work and hang out for the rest of the day. So yep. You don't always put in 8 hours a day, but usually on the weekends you make up for it. So.
Yeah. I'm not worried about sticking to an 8-hour schedule. Sometimes it's 4, sometimes it's 16. It's works out.
We make up for it throughout the year, so very cool.
All right. So those students that do their internship with you or help out, what all do they learn? Do they get certified in first aid CPR ED or?
So at the school that I was at before I moved out to the Valley, they have a healthcare academy, and so they can get their ETT, emergency trained technician, something. They can get their EMT 1. They can get CNA 1 and 2, I think. So it just depends on what they've come out with. So it is something that they can do if they choose. If they come out and help us, they're mainly observing and just kind of hanging out and learning. So they're not really doing a whole lot. There's one girl that has been really dedicated and really into it, so she kind of gets to do maybe a little bit more than other people, but she's not there all the time either, so it's just kind of nice. On the sideline, she's really good at just kind of assisting, like getting stuff that you need or making ice bags and stuff like that. So she's always there to learn. So it just really depends. Another school in Anchorage just started the healthcare academy also, so they have vet programs. You get to do cadaver labs at the university, UAA, things like that. So there's some stuff kind of picking up. There's just not really a whole lot of people to make it formal, I guess.
You'd use the elevator because of the.
Friends with Lita because you got the question.
I'm getting crystal.
Has he come back yet to school?
No.
What's that?
No.
There's something black right there.
Right there. It's his face. Alright, I'll use the question then.
Good job.
You both.
There we go. Hey, Carlos.
Yes.
I muted my mic. I was talking to you for like a minute and you didn't hear me, and I figured that's because I muted my mic. So Mary's over there battling with her dog, I think.
Yeah.
So any of your students have questions for Mary about Alaska, athletic training in Alaska, or anything like that as they're standing around?
It's a good one. As just as you asked that, they just left.
Oh.
Perfect.
I don't know, let me ask you, did they have any questions about training in Alaska? Did Piggy or Jaime? Here you go.
Do you have any questions?
She's a trainer in Alaska. Do you have any questions for her?
Can I ask stupid questions?
No, there is no stupid questions. Cause no, come here. Show your face.
The sun never goes down this time of year.
Jaime!
Like the amount of travel. Like, tell her just a quick synopsis, just for a game.
Okay, so I'll give you a synopsis for some people I know. I haven't done it personally yet because the school district we work in plays each other, but these people kind of travel sometimes. So our state championship game for basketball this year was, for like 3A, was on Alaska, which is where they filmed The Deadliest Catch out on the Aleutians, versus not Ketchikan, but somewhere down southeast. So Dutch Harbor to Anchorage is like 2,500 miles. And then from southeast up is about 400 or 500. So these kids travel that far just to come play each other. It's kind of fun.
Is that the closest school, or like what's the closest school that you guys play against?
The closest school to what?
The closest school that you play against.
Oh, okay. So out here in Anchorage, we have 8 8 schools in our region, and they're all in the city of Anchorage. So there are 8 4A schools in Anchorage. So Anchorage is pretty big. So we actually are really populated, and even in the valley we have 3 4A schools, 2 3A schools, and a couple smaller schools. So I live in more populated areas, but the village schools that are like 1A level, they might only have 10 or 15 kids in it for the whole thing. So some years they'll have them, some years they won't. We have the mixed 6 volleyball state championships for 1A. So it's 3 boys and 3 girls, and sometimes these teams are their whole school. Every kid is on the volleyball team, and it's the funnest thing to watch ever. So for every like boy touch, there has to be a girl has to touch every point, and they work together so well. And best sportsmen ever. It's really fun to watch. So some of the more rural schools are like that, but in Anchorage at least we're kind of normal, or not normal, but we're probably like Houston, where you have a lot of schools really close together. So.
Yeah. No, you're not used to working at a high school where you have to drive through a citrus field to get to the school?
No, but sometimes we have to drive through snowbanks.
Snow? What's snow?
Yeah. Actually, it didn't really snow that much this year, so it was just really cold. So.
Considering our mascot is a husky.
Oh, fun. Oh, so talking of mascots, so Alaska mascots are really fun. They have one of the schools, their mascot is the Northern Lights.
Northern Lights?
It's awesome.
So how do they represent that?
That's a great question. I'm not really sure, but they just wear really colorful things. But yeah, there's a lot of huskies. There's the Huskyettes. They have the Huskies and the Huskyettes to differentiate. There's a lot of really cool mascots in Alaska. The Grizzlies is very popular.
Grizzlies, like not polar bears?
No. Polar bears is not a mascot here, but they're at the zoo, so kind of fun.
You don't have anything?
It was nice to meet you guys.
Nice to meet you too.
Wait, there you go.
I was gonna wait.
There, go.
Yeah. Where'd you get that husky from? So she's in Anchorage, Alaska?
Yes.
My brother's there too.
What's he doing there?
Army.
Oh, okay. He's got an Army brother up there.
Oh, yeah, there's a big Air Force base and big Army base here. So
Air Force or Army? Army.
So they're J-Bear?
Yeah.
Yeah. Lots of military kids here too.
You should go visit your brother. You can go to school there. He said no.
It's an interesting area.
Yeah.
Yeah. The schools that are close to base are they're okay. So very cool. Yeah, I have a lot of military kids. It's kind of nice when you have military kids though, because then they can go to the hospital for free. So.
Oh, okay.
It's really easy. So.
Now, and shouldn't they be more disciplined since they have parents that are in the?
Yeah, it really depends. I have a couple kids whose parents are in the military, and they're like, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, like really, really, really disciplined. And then you have kids who are. I had a military kid who couldn't even tell me months of the year forwards, backwards, sideways, and he was 18 and graduating. So.
Wow. Nice.
You get a good mix. Yeah, so sometimes for concussion testing, you're like, okay, let's go for days of the week.
No, I think for us, most of my kids, we still get them stumped when we ask them to subtract from 100.
Nice. I'm not really good at math, so I skipped that one.
Or my favorite is, I don't know if the camera will pick up on this, but for their coordination.
Oh, yeah. Nope. Can't do that. If I can't demonstrate it, I'm not doing it.
No, but if I get a kid that I just want to, the coaches are okay with him being out.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone can do this. This is normal. You can't do it? Oh, you're out. You're out.
When I was in my undergrad, we used to do the concussion test. So you take one of the long tubes of wrapping paper, and you have them in their belt and they have to tip their head back and close their eyes, and then you pour water down it while they have their eyes closed. It's really good. It's like the freshman trick.
Yeah.
Because then you have to go out to practice, and sorry, you can't go home change.
Where'd you go like?
I go to Echo.
I've got my 2 students trying to do it.
I can do it. I've done it for
And Izzy.
Pat your head and rub your belly. Yeah, no.
No, their minds are looking good. Unless they overcome it. Your body seems both sides of the body to go in the same motion.
Why?
It's just the way you're
That's
built.
the way we're built.
Well, you
How
can
can
do it.
you do it?
Because he's Wolverine.
I'm not normal.
Yeah.
2 different directions.
Yeah. My brain
Try to get your
like that.
I don't know. Try and get your students to do it. It's hilarious. She tried it.
So this is the right direction. So
What side is it?
All right, so start with both of them at the top, and then slowly go opposite directions, and then meet at the bottom, and then slowly go back. The only way I
Yeah.
can get it going, and then once you get that, then you can get moving.
oh my gosh. Okay. I'm about to travel for 3 days to regions with my soccer team, so I'm gonna
We burnt out high man. Oh, you know,
I mean, look.
if only they could see
He's thinking real hard. He's staring.
It's hard. So they actually here we have an Eskimo yo-yo, and it's the same concept. So you can go opposite directions, and then you just keep it going, and it's really hard to get it first just for the coordination thing, but it's kind of the same,
I believe in you.
same concept. Kind of interesting.
Look. Is that you?
I'm gonna have to look that up because if you've got kids that can do that, then maybe they'll be able to pick that up real quick.
Look up the Native Youth Olympics. So they just had it, and it's all of the native games, and kids are so good at it. They do like the one-foot high kick, things like that.
This?
It's kind of fun.
Miss Laura de la Rosa, call Eloisa. Miss Laura de la Rosa, call Eloisa.
I didn't hear any of that. Everything's going off in this place.
You're good. So the Native Youth Olympics, and they do like the one-foot high kick, and then they do like different like native games, and it's a whole like northern thing. So they have the Arctic Winter Games, and they do like people from Greenland and stuff, and everybody kind of comes together and does it. So I have a Native Youth Olympic team at my school. It's kind of fun.
Oh, okay.
So
Didn't the other gentleman from Alaska mention about those games?
Yep.
He did,
Great.
right?
Yep.
Okay. I remember that. I remember the talk.
They just had it a couple weeks ago, and one of the girls on my track team won an event. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it's kind of fun to watch.
Oh, yeah. Did you go just to spectate, or did you go to work it?
No, we actually had other stuff going on, so I couldn't go. But watching the kids practice, like on my soccer field, this kid can one-leg high kick the top of the soccer goal. So you like take off of one leg, and you have to like high kick, and he can kick the top of the soccer goal. It was like blown away. It's crazy.
And land safely on his back?
On his feet.
Seriously?
Yeah, it's really crazy.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's kind of. I'll have to find a link and I'll send it to you. It's kind of fun to watch.
Oh, okay. Stop it, Jaime.
I'm gonna do it, John.
Look, look.
How are you gonna fry your brain?
No, the bell rang. Where do y'all belong?
Here it is.
Third.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to class after
All right,
Now do it one
so
more time.
it's World Eskimo
But
Indian
no.
WEIO.org, the World Eskimo Indian Olympics. After I talked with Chris, he sent that, he sent me that link, and so I checked it out. And just, they have videos and descriptions of all those games. I think it would be amazing if we did get to come and see that stuff, and just the uniqueness, the ear pull. I mean, I don't know, or the seal carry. You know, where one guy is carrying like 4 or something like that. Those things are strange, but
It's kind of and it's really athletic stuff. Like, I mean, it's not, you know, what you normally would consider, but it's crazy. You have to be fairly athletic to do this stuff too. And watching my team, like, because the team practices downstairs at school, so we pass going out to track, and it's really fun watching the practices and things like that. It's really interesting.
Really?
What else was yours?
Should it go to
That's for
Pito or in his file? Well, yeah, he hasn't been sent yet, so
I don't think you will be.
no.
All right, so if you're watching live just randomly, we are. Oh, hey Mary, my wife just texted me. She wants to know how they train for ear pull.
I have no idea. I'll find out for you.
Unbelievable, Mary. Unbelievable. All right, baby.
We learn something new every year, so. All right, well, I gotta go and take my dog outside. She's getting a little so. But thanks for having me on. It's nice to meet all you guys.
Yep, and over the next few days, if you're waking up early and you want to just kind of join in like we're doing, just chatting away, no real agenda, just
perfect.
Have a conversation, then feel free, message or email me or follow one of those links that I put out there. So.
Okay, sounds great.
All right.
Okay, bye.
Bye, Mary.
What did we get switched for?
Me and Bill and Carolina's class got switched to 17.
Kat, I unmuted your mic. I don't know if you were.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I can put it back if you like, but.
Are we talking? I didn't.
Yeah, we're just chilling now. We're just.
Okay.
Rachel was supposed to be on, but she had told me before that she didn't know if she was going to be able to because of scheduling conflicts. So we're waiting for Kathy. It's coming on at 11:30. So.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and mute me. I'm listening, so if anything's cool, I'll unmute, but I'm trying to work. Okay, if I close the lid, can I still?
Should be. Or you can mute your camera as well.
Oh, I got you. That way you don't see me typing. Gotcha. Will do.
Yeah, there you go. Yep. All right, Carlos, looks like it's just me and you and Izzy hanging out until anybody else joins. So if you guys got to go, got something else you got to do, it's cool. No worries.
I don't know if we want to take a long lunch today. You read my mind. Oh my goodness. When we first started working, we shared an office very similar to this. He's looking one way, I'm looking the other, but nice closed space.
We have one office now.
So I didn't hear what you said earlier, Izzy. What were you saying?
Excuse me?
You said he read your mind. I didn't hear what he said, though.
Well, I said something about taking a long lunch, so he's like, let's go to this crappy Chinese restaurant down the road. And I was actually thinking the same thing for lunch today.
Nice. All right, well, you guys can, if you need to go, want to go, then appreciate you hanging out and joining the listener spotlight, and then, of course, all your involvement. So I guess you guys go and enjoy lunch.
Yeah, we got a couple minutes.
Okay.
Like, one of my questions to you was, you're on teacher-based pay, right?
Yes.
Have you looked into what would happen to your salary if they moved you to administrative?
I have not, but we are currently, we keep track of our hours, so Bill does a great job. Bill, I know he's listening in the other room. Thank you. It was kind of my idea, and I said, hey, let's do this. And then I kept up with it for a week or two, and then Bill kind of kept up with it for over a year. So we keep track of the hours and that kind of thing, and we are kind of discussing some options. And the thing about it is I don't know that I want to be on the administrator pay because the extra days, I don't know. I would have to look into a lot of different things. But as a district, we're just trying to figure out what's going to be best. So.
Yeah. And what size is your school? You are 5A or 4A?
No, we're all 6.
6A.
Yeah.
Okay.
We are a small 6A, but Dobie has 3,500 kids. We have 2,100 kids. Memorial has like 2,800. So we're all between 21 and 3,500 kids.
Wow. Okay. Because I know we have to punch in and punch out, so in a way our hours are they're kept track for us. But do you also, like, let's say a coach calls you at home and you pick up that phone call, do you document those hours or that time as part of your working hours?
No, I wouldn't say I do. 1, because that very rarely happens. 2, I mean, they pay for the cell phone, so I wouldn't consider that part of my working schedule. So, what are your thoughts?
Well, no, I didn't know you had your cell phone paid for, so I would actually lean towards what you just said. If they're paying for it, then I really shouldn't count it against them and document hours. And you're right, it's not very often that they do call. It was just something to think about, because we hear stories of how some people, their school district asks them to be strict with their hours. If they go over a certain amount of hours, they obviously they need to cut back somewhere somehow, and it'll even include, hey, if you clocked out for the day, you clocked out. That means you don't answer your phone. There's no perfect answer. There's no perfect scenario. I was just filling time, making conversation.
You guys administrator pay?
No, teacher.
I know Pearland ISD, which is just down the road from us, they're administrator pay. And so it does help out because they're not usually involved in any way in the testing, whereas I feel like every time there's a test, either Bill or I are giving it. So if it's a makeup test, if it's a practice test, because we do mock testing, so it's every time there's a real test coming up, we do a practice test to prepare for the real test. So Bill or I are involved every time just about, because they don't need to get a substitute for Bill and I, right? So it's, I don't know, it kind of doubles up on some of the work that we have to do. So now I have to be here a little bit extra because Bill's got to do the testing, or Bill's got to be here a little bit extra because I've got to do the testing, or that kind of thing. And I don't know, if we went to administrator pay, it may relieve that, but
Yeah, I don't know too many people that are on administrative pay, but the 1 or 2 people that I have talked to, it wasn't beneficial to them, pay-wise.
Yeah. I certainly don't want to be a 240-day employee, working through the summer. I mean, I guess I could be at 210 as for us, I think 210 is the least administrative pay.
Yeah, I enjoy what little summer vacation I get, and I wouldn't like to give that up.
Yep. I know I keep doing the podcast thing, and I'm going to have to figure out how I can go to conferences that are during the school year, so I don't have to go to all these conferences during the summer.
Well, there's.
I told my wife I'm going to have to start getting rooms for 2 rooms so we can just take the whole family. We can broadcast at these conferences for free and make a vacation out of it. So some exotic locations, like South Padre, or I looked at the Davis Mountain one. That's, I don't know, it just looks interesting, but way out in West Texas. Maybe I can work my way in there eventually.
I don't think I've ever seen that one. I've been to the Minute Maid one when I was at Texas City.
Yeah. That's the Memorial Hermann Sports Medicine Update. That's the one I talk about. That's where I'll be broadcasting from on Monday and Tuesday before I come down there for Thursday, or for Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So it's not actually at Minute Maid anymore. So it's just Memorial Hermann Sports Medicine Update. But one of my favorite for sure.
Yeah, it's been a while since I was down there.
Yeah.
South Padre is good enough, but they do give some seminars during the school year, some fancy ones too.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't remember where.
Well, the concussion symposium that I did was it was in May or the end of April, beginning of May, something like that. And so that one was pretty nice. I did that one, and that had like Robert Cantu and William Barr, some Dr. Samaras, some really big name people that I was able to broadcast at. But there's one in San Antonio that's always really good. So I'll have to try and talk to those people and see if I can head out there next year. It's usually in February. So.
Yeah.
So what does the rest of the day look like for you guys, Carlos, Izzy? I mean, y'all got spring ball going on?
Yeah, we got spring football, so I think we're going light today. Should be, an hour?
Yeah, we should have about an hour after school practice.
That's it for the day. So.
We have 2 more athletic periods at the end of the day, but realistically, we have 9 periods. Our 8th period is wrestling, and since we're off season, next to no one comes in, knock on wood. And then our last period is football, and they're just gearing up for after school. So the middle of our afternoon is kind of time to ourselves.
Gotcha. That's kind of how it is here. So we don't have spring football this year, and I'm so glad. It's so nice not having, because it makes the training room really slow because there's nobody trying to avoid practice or there's nothing going on, no sports, just off-season stuff. So it's not really anything going on in the training room, nothing going on after school. You leave right after the kids do at the end of the day. It is really nice. Bill's taken quite a few days off. I think he's had 4-day weekend this past weekend, and he's got a long weekend coming up because we got taking, that kind of stuff. So he's been able to take some time off.
You're giving him a hard time for leaving you alone like that for so many days?
No, actually, I feel like I'm an NBA coach and I'm resting my star players, so get a few more miles out of Bill. So
he paid you to say that?
No. It's gonna be, whenever he leaves, it's gonna be hard to replace him. There's a lot of, we've been working together for almost 9 years. There's a lot of things that he does really well that I would kind of be, hey Kathy, I would kind of be at a loss if he wasn't here. So it's gonna be tough when he leaves a couple, 5-10 years, something like that. So.
Okay.
So, all right. Well, Kathy has joined us. So I don't know if you guys want to head out, go eat your lunch, enjoy your cheap Chinese food.
You want to go now or a couple minutes?
I'll wait a couple minutes.
We'll listen to Kathy for a couple minutes.
All right, Kathy, you hear us? Kathy?
We can see you, Kathy.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good.
So we're just kind of chatting. You can see Kat Mars down there in the window, and you got Carlos Presas and Israel Montano. They're both down there at something close to Lincoln Juarez La Jolla, or Juarez Lincoln. I keep messing up now. I had it right one time, but it's in La Jolla ISD, Juarez Lincoln Juarez High School, something like that.
Down the valley.
Yeah, down the valley. So, but we just been kind of chatting. So they're there. You about ready to do your show?
Absolutely.
All right.
That ought to put them to sleep.
No, it's all about you. It should be easy. Did you get a chance? Let me look up here. All right. Let's see. right. You got me started there.
Hey
How are
guys.
you, Madam Supak?
Oh, I am awesome.
How are you liking the new job?
Not yet.
When do you start?
Oh, I hope in August. As you can see, I haven't cleaned out my office.
That would be many years worth. You're going to have to get a whole bunch of...
24 years worth of stuff. I have filled 2 55-gallon trash cans full of mementos I can live without. My student aides and I cleaned out the storeroom. I was afraid I was going to find some kid in there I sent to go get something 5 years ago, and they never came back.
You still may.
I still may. I still may. Anybody need a leather helmet? We found one of those.
Oh, you need to keep those. That's
I
awesome.
Yeah, they go to the Hall of Fame or contact Matt Weber. He does all the NATA history stuff. Sure, he would love to have that.
I found something for Matt Weber. Let me show y'all. You'll see this?
Oh, yes.
Adhesive tape.
Water
How about that?
In the container.
Yes, 5 yards worth.
That's like circa 1987. That's the first time I remember that. That's probably even older.
Oh, I'm sure there's more that I'm gonna find. You know, but with budget cuts, I may need to use that.
Right.
All right. Well, I'm just gonna listen to you guys. Let Jeremy do his thing. Hold on.
All right. Here we go. You ready, Kathy?
Well, as ready as I'm gonna be. Do I need a lawyer?
I don't know. It depends on what you say. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. What's up, y'all? Welcome to the Sports Medicine Broadcast. We're doing the listener spotlight. We're talking with Kathy Schupa. See, I got that one right?
That's right.
I remember last time you were here, and I think I said it wrong earlier, but I remembered. Once Kat said it wrong, I remembered. Kathy has been in the profession for 32 years. She's transitioned into a new job, and I'm excited to have you as part of our Listener Spotlight series. So, Kathy, tell me just a little bit about how you heard about athletic training so long ago.
Well, this is my story, and I'm going to stick to it. I actually I went to Austin Westlake, and believe it or not, we didn't have an athletic trainer when I was there, and I played basketball. And I got hurt my senior year, and our basketball coach was fresh out of the University of Texas, where she was an All-American. And she taught me to tape ankles. That way I wouldn't be bothering her on the bench. And Career Day came along, and back then Westlake used to send you to spend time with whatever you wanted to do. So she set up an interview with the athletic trainers at the University of Texas. Actually, it was the female athletic trainer because they had divided facilities in. So I did spend time there, and at the end of the day, I sat down for a long conversation, and I had been admitted to UT, and Becky Bluedown Marshall was the athletic trainer, and she had one word of advice after this question. She said, "Do you want to do this, for a living?" I said, "Well, yeah." She goes, "People do this at the high school level," which was news to me because I'd never seen one. And she said, "Well, if you want to work high school football, you need to go someplace where they'll let you work football. And right now, one of the only schools in the state is at Southwest Texas." So she goes, "I just got my master's there. You need to call Dr. Bobby Patton and see if you can get in." I did. I got into the program, and the rest is history. So because she took an interest in me and gave me that advice, I got some experience I probably wouldn't have gotten in that time period because there weren't co-ed. Females were not working college football at that time.
So you were planning on going to the University of Texas, but you switched to Southwest Texas because the athletic trainer said, "Hey, this is a better program at this time for what you want to do"?
Because they allowed, they had co-ed training rooms. They allowed women to work football, and because I wasn't really a student trainer, the term then, in high school, and I needed the experience because I really wanted to do it at the high school level.
Gotcha. Very cool. All right, so tell me more of your athletic trainer story. We know you went to Southwest Texas, which is now Texas State University.
That's correct.
All right.
I was very fortunate we were there because Jim Wacker was our head coach, and my freshman year they won their first of 2 back-to-back national championships in football. I actually worked the football the second year, and I was blessed to be around probably one of the best coaches who really cared not only about the athletes but athletic trainers. And some of my partners in crime were Mark Salter, who we lost 2 years ago to cancer, Jerry Williams, Ted Perry, and Thomas Petmecke. Those guys took a job, and they have all 3 of those guys have been at the same school for over 25 years. And that says a lot about the job that they've done at that school. And they kind of took me under their wing, including Mark, because I had no clue what I was doing. And they taught me a lot about how to deal with football coaches, how to deal with male athletes, and just how to be a really good athletic trainer. And I will be forever grateful to those guys for that experience. As it was hard to get into a program, it was hard to find a job because there weren't very many jobs for female athletic trainers at the high school level. When I got out, Title IX hadn't really caught up. But we had I'll never forgive Dennis Hart for this. I guess I should. But I went and interviewed at North Mesquite because his assistant, Sarah Wolfskill, was leaving to go to the new high school, Poteet Mesquite. And I interviewed with him, and he didn't hire me. And that's kind of a standing joke. But I ended up getting a job at LaPorte High School, thanks to one of our walk-on defensive backs at Southwest Texas, whose father was the AD. And that was my first job. Came down here. I had to look on the map to see where LaPorte, Texas was, and got mentored by Al Cooper, and taught government and found a husband. So I guess I ought to thank Dennis Hart for not hiring me. I may not have ended up with a husband.
It's funny how those things work out, huh?
It is. It was a blessing.
Okay, so LaPorte, what was after LaPorte?
Well, really, most people don't know this, but I spent 3 years at LaPorte, and my husband and I got married in 1986, and we had our first daughter in 87, and our son in 89. So I actually took 5 years off away from the athletic training. I did do, I guess we now call it PRN work. I did substitute. I did work out, but our son was born, and he had some issues. Medical issues. We had some medical bills, and I had to go back to work. And ironically, as with all of my career, things have fallen into my lap. I needed to find a job, and I was taking out the newspapers to recycling, and I saw this ad in the Houston Chronicle for an athletic trainer. This is a true story. And I thought, well, I didn't know that hospitals, it was for St. John, and back then it was the Sisters of Charity. And I put together a resume, and I hand-delivered it, and I got a phone call from a guy named Rick Carboni, who was actually at SWATA, and it was for an outreach athletic trainer, which I had no idea what that was. And he hired me 2 days later, and this is only after he had walked around SWATA trying to figure out something about me. But that was 24 years ago, and I guess it worked out for both of us because I'm still at the same school that he hired me for, which is now still St. John Hospital, but Methodist. I work for Houston Methodist. So I've been contract to this school, and this is the only school I've ever been at.
Very cool. Very cool. All right, so tell me a little bit about what's the next stage for you.
Well, that's still a little top secret right now, but Houston Methodist has always been very good to me, and since they trans 2 years ago, and I kind of needed a change of pace, and hopefully I'm going into a position that's 40 hours a week. And as my son said, Mom, what are you going to do after Tuesdays? And I said, no, honey, it's Monday through Friday. But I'm looking forward to new challenges that allows me to use my abilities both as an athletic trainer and do a little marketing. And there's some I can't comment on where I'm going, and hopefully we can make it official by the end of the month. But I'm transitioning to athletic training that is a little less stressful, I hope. My parents are still both alive, and they live in South Texas, and I need to be able to go visit them. And I have a daughter who's married almost a year now and lives in Minnesota, so I need a little bit more freedom away from being at a school every single day to be able to go see both those.
Gotcha. Okay, so tell me about one of the worst injuries you've dealt with as an athletic trainer.
Well, that's hard. I think that probably the one that will always take my breath away when I think about it is a young man we had here at Clearbrook, and I'll never forget. It was September the 14th. Beautiful, not too hot, not too cool football practice, and it was a Tuesday, and this kid was on JV, and they were doing a cross the bow tackling drill, and he just got tired and put his head down, and he suffered a fracture C4, C5 injury. He went down, tried to get up, and then he went into respiratory arrest. Lucky for us that Memorial Hermann, who owns Life Flight, was actually about 4 miles away in Friendswood refueling. And we had EMS, we had Life Flight was here within about 12 minutes. And we got that young man loaded up, got him down to Red Duke, and he survived. But for the rest of his life, that he was paralyzed from his biceps down and depended on a ventilator. And it shook everybody here to the core. And it's something you never forget. But it was a life lesson for all of us that were involved. And one thing that I did learn, and that our head coach had been a longtime member of the Texas High School Coaching Association, and that because of that, that association has a policy to help out with catastrophic injuries. So if your head coaches are not a member of that, they need to be in the event that ever happens. We learned a lot that day, and I pray to God I never see that again.
Sorry, I muted my mic because of the
That's
bell.
okay. I thought my hearing was bad.
No. You'd also mentioned something about a pole vaulter?
Yes. That was early in my career. Actually, I was pregnant. Pregnant at the point I couldn't see my toes, and we were hosting a track meet at LaPorte, and I believe it was one of the final vaults. This young man ran down the runway, and his trailing leg spike caught the runway, and his leg had an open tib fib fracture. And if I wasn't nauseated from being pregnant, I was that day, because it was one of the most gruesome things I'd ever seen. He kept his leg, plates and all, and but I learned right then you can never carry too much gauze. Keep that injury from keep it as clean as possible. So I never go anywhere without gloves and gauze in my pocket when I'm working an event, because of what happened that day.
Actually, I've actually never seen an open fracture. I've seen lots of stuff, but never seen an open one. So, hoping I don't have that experience. All right, Kathy, tell us about one of your most memorable moments as an athletic trainer.
Well, one was my son, who's now a minister. I only call him Reverend when I need a prayer. He was actually one of my student trainers, and it's only because I needed somebody to work girls soccer. And he was a senior here. Both my kids went to Clearbrook here, and he was kind of a family bet. had a kid that wasn't passing, and we were sitting at the dinner table one night, and I said, I really need a student trainer. This kid wasn't passing, and he volunteered, and my husband looked at my son. He goes, I don't know, son. You have to be around your mom all the time. But he lasted and actually led her to the student trainer, so we've often laughed about that. But spending time with him was really good. The other thing was there was an incident where a victim collapsed, had a seizure, and had to do CPR. That was before AEDs. There wasn't a mouth barrier for me to use, and the EMS was delayed. This young man stepped forward to help me, but he'd only learned one-man CPR at work. So told him to get on the chest, and I said, look, we're just going to learn two-man. I'm going to teach you two-man as we go. And we did it probably about 15 minutes waiting for EMS. And that the victim survived. And I tell you what, that's something else. It was a learning experience, the importance of learning CPR, because you never know when you're going to use it. But that was probably one of the most rewarding things is helping that unknown stranger and teaching somebody CPR at the same time.
Wow. Well, congratulations on the successful CPR, and again, to anyone else that performs CPR, whether the person lives or not, just know that if you did everything you could, it's not in your hands. So, all right, what life lessons from a 32-year career in athletic training do you have for us, Miss Supa?
Wow. I thought I wrote them down. You may have to read them back to me.
All right, never stop learning, lead by example, treat the custodian, and then we'll go with those three first.
Oh, never stop learning. So much has changed since I got into this profession. First of all, the technology has really helped our job, but it's also sometimes we lose touch. It's so much easier to send an email or a text when you just pick up the phone. And I'm old school. Sometimes I just pick up the phone because I think you can never lose that communication, whether it be with a parent or with a coworker. So never stop learning, no matter what age you are. Because I am. The students have to help me figure out how to work my phone. Treat everybody the same and treat them well. I learned early in my career that the principal secretary and the custodian actually run the school. But and I do mean that treat the custodian with the same kindness and humility as you would treat the superintendent. Because when it's all said and done, probably that custodian is going to have a more effect on the day-to-day life of the well-being of your trainer and the superintendent. What was number 2?
Lead by example.
Lead by example. We expect so much of our student aides and our coaches, and they're going to do, our students are going to do just less than what we do. So it's very important to forget sometimes that they are not only listening to what we say, but watching what we do. I'll get in there and clean coolers and clean whirlpools to show them that I haven't forgotten after all these years how to do that. And a little example is better than telling them what to do.
All right, number 4, you have do more listening, less talking.
This one was always hard for me. I don't have all the answers. In dealing with all the athletes and the student aides that have come through over the years, sometimes they just want to listen. They don't want advice. And a lot of times, as y'all all know, I don't have all the answers, but the athlete will tell you what's wrong with them before you even do the exam, and it may not have anything to do with an injury.
All right, you have 3 more. The more we express of gratitude, the more things we have to be grateful for. Use time wisely, and always remember where you came from.
I'm all about words of affirmation. I think that they are free, and you should give them out as such. It's very important, especially with our students, because many times they're not receiving that at home. And a simple thank you and please to everybody because it may be the only words of gratitude that they hear all day. And the more that you are grateful to other people, the more you have to be grateful for. One New Year's resolution, I wrote a book about thank yous, and it challenged me to write a thank you note every single day for an entire year, which I did. And there were times I was writing a thank you note to the Starbucks guy, and I was writing a thank you note to, but it taught me to be grateful for things, and that's why that one is so important to me.
Yeah, use time wisely, and then always remember where you came from.
Use time wisely has really meant a lot to me recently. My husband went through a triple bypass that was unexpectedly, and my parents are both in their 80s, and so we really never know what life holds for us, and we don't have time to waste. So we better make use of the time we have here. And never forget where you came from. That actually is something I learned from my father. That is, no matter where we go in life, no matter what honors come to us, we have to remember what we learned from where we came from. And I came from a very small town in South Texas with all sisters, and we learned early on that there's nothing that we can't do, but just remember you need to be humble, and that's why that's always been one of my mottos, is never forget where I came from.
Gotcha. It's a lot of lessons, a lot of living. All right. Now we're gonna focus on one piece of advice for athletic trainers. What would that be?
I think you have to remember why you got into this business, and that was to take care of athletes and patients, and that's the focus. But you have to take care of yourself as well. Sometimes we get caught up in all the other stuff that's going on, and you just have to keep the main thing the main thing. Why did you do this? Take care of the athletes, take care of yourself, and don't take your work home with you. That's very important. Leave it when you walk out to the athletic training room or the clinic. Leave it there, and then pick it up the next day. Don't take it home with you. And the other thing, I know this is more than one thing, is find a mentor and be a mentor. It's very important.
I think I probably heard it in church growing up, but you always need to have somebody that you're kind of reaching up to mentor you, and somebody you're reaching down to mentor them.
Absolutely.
So I don't know that I'm really good at having that person that I'm like reaching up to in all aspects of my life, but I know I feel like as an educator it's pretty easy to think of myself as a mentor. I don't know.
You have done an excellent job mentoring all those student aides that you have over Pasadena, and the things that you have taught them is outstanding. And you need to show all of us how you have done that. But absolutely, and that is so important, is to have a group of individuals that you for guidance, both to mentor with and to vent, because this is a very stressful profession. Dealing with the things that we see, you have to have somebody that you can confide with, and it's if your spouse is an athletic trainer, that's awesome. But I always like to walk through the front door of my home and be able to be a wife and a mom and not be an athletic trainer. And the only way I could do that is not to take this home with me.
Good. Something I need to learn a little bit more. As you said, technology is good, but at the same time, it's easy for me to keep checking my email or doing that stuff at home. So I need to be more intentional about just setting that down and waiting till the kids are asleep or something. So.
Well, with kids, and when I started here at Clearbrook, my kids were 4 and 18 months. And when I cleaned out a drawer, I found something my son had colored for me. I wonder if he wants it for his office now. Probably not. But the thing about kids is the days are long, but the years are short. And you have to remember that. Many years ago, I think it was when SWATA was in Arkansas, I was asked to be on a life balancing panel. And I invited my daughter to go with me. who's now 28. And they asked her a question, well, what's it like for your mom to be an athletic trainer? And of course, I didn't prep her, whatever came out, came out. And her answer surprised me, and I was relieved. And she said it's the only life she'd ever known, just like asking the daughter or son of a firefighter or a policeman or a lawyer or whatever else. She understood the demands of this job, but she also understood that when I could, I was there. It helped that I was at the same school. But, that's what she understood, what she grew up with. So many athletic trainers take that guilt with them that they're going to miss all these things. When you're home, you're present with them. And that's what the kids need to know. You know what? They turn out fine. Just don't take that. Worry about all the time you're missing. Be present at your job when you're there, and when you're home, be present with your kids.
Very good. All right, we're going to wrap it up with 3 people you would like to thank and why.
Probably my high school basketball coach, who took the time to point me in the right direction, Kathy Self-Morgan. And my husband, who from the time we start dating to now has never ever asked me when I was going to be home. He understood I had a job to do. He brought me food when he took care of the kids, and he's been a very supportive husband. And God, there are many times that I know that the Lord was looking over my shoulder when I was dealing with a horrific injury or had to make life decisions, whether it be an athlete or in my own life. And without him, I don't know where I would be.
That is an excellent way to end the conversation. Kathy, if somebody wants to get a hold of you, maybe ask you some more about some of your life lessons or just kind of follow up with you, how are they going to do that?
Oh, they can email me at csupak@houstonmethodist.org.
All right, so email Kathy to get in touch with her, find out more, or maybe find out more about her top secret mission job coming up.
Jeremy, thank you for having me on. I appreciate you, somebody wanting any interest in this story. But, every one of us has a great story. And whether you've been in the profession 1 year or you're an old-timer like me, and that's the great thing that I would like for us to do at our meetings. As much as the educational is important, and I understand that, I did learn more in the hallways from the old guys that we hear about and we've named the awards for. So I'd like to see a more balance of that, And thank you for doing this, and I look forward to hearing the other ones that you have on.
Well, thank you very much. So for Jeremy Jackson, Sports Medicine Broadcast, Kathy Schupa, and everybody else that's been on or will be on in the next few days, that is a wrap. So you can stop that recording. Kathy, if you want to hang out, I can unmute Kat and Israel, and we've just been kind of chatting to fill up the time, so you can hang out, or if you got something to do or some more.
I have a few minutes. Thanks.
So there's Kat and Izzy. All right, guys, we're now officially on the hangout mode. So, Kat Mar, I know you like to chat it up.
Let me go back and forth. I was actually listening and typing and doing my work.
I tried to do that yesterday, listening to a podcast while I was reading something or typing. I couldn't do it, so I just had to turn the music off.
I always have music on in the background. Hi, Chris.
Hey.
Say hello.
Hey, what's going on?
Miss Supak, and you knew Jeremy, the athletic trainer at Pasadena.
Look at two top.
All I know, Kat, I see a coffee maker. Could you make me some coffee? I'm kind of thirsty.
Absolutely. I have a variety. Cappuccino and coffee. Oh, and of course some Snapple peach tea. I'm on my third right now.
You don't need any caffeine, trust me.
No, it's been bad. Is Izzy there? Who's there? I can't tell.
Yeah.
Oh, they're there. I forgot to tell you, I kind of like the fuzz there. What is that called?
It's called Handsome.
The mutton chop or the handlebar. No, handlebar's up here.
I thought the handlebar
just
was
mutton
like
chops.
The mutton chops.
Oh, pork chops.
Pork chops.
Pork chops.
I saw that in an old spaghetti western. I've never seen it kind of semi in person.
Hey guys, I was going to ask you, is Marie Thompson down there in your area?
Yes.
She is. She's in our sister school in La Jolla.
Well, tell her I said hello. She used to work down here.
Sure
At
will.
one point. So how's it going, man? Pretty good?
Yeah.
Y'all have spring ball?
Yeah, we have spring ball. Thankfully, our coach, because he knows our kids, we don't have all. How many days? Is it 18 days or?
Yeah, 3 weeks.
30 days. We only have 12.
12. Yeah, he cut it down to 12. 4 days a week, just 3 weeks. Because he knows if we were to go the full on, we'd lose kids just to not being interested or injuries.
Wow. Well, we don't have spring balls, so I feel for you. But we did do mass physicals for our 5 high schools and 10 intermediates on Saturday. We did 1,500 physicals in 4 hours.
4 hours?
Yes.
That must have been an army of doctors and nurses.
Well, I think we had about 22 doctors. We had cardiologists, neurologists there. But and we're gonna do it again next week in that Baytown. We did Clear Lake. So let's just say I got a lot of steps in.
Now, are y'all is your school district moving to any kind of EKG?
You know, we actually did that with that grant 2 years ago. We did a baseline, but you know, what the important thing is the we had cardiologists there, and there were several kids. I don't remember how many that they did 12-lead EKG, and 2 of them they shut down right away and sent them on for echoes. You know, and you know, I think that's really important. You wouldn't have the traditional physicals we used to have here. We'd bring a doctor in, and then he'd listen to their heart, and then they'd have to go someplace else. Well, here, you know, it was kind of one-stop shopping. You know, there's some things we have to work out, make it go a little bit faster, but that was an ungodly amount of kids we ran through here, and it really was a good quality physical. Except when I was I was kind of filling in different areas. I was doing the vision. I didn't have my glasses on. I have no idea if those kids were reading it right. So,
you don't have the cheat sheet on the clipboard?
I think I have it memorized when I go get my driver's license renewed in June. So I think I have it memorized, but I'm not sure. So, you know, what the heck? You know, what do you expect for free help?
You get what you pay for.
Let me listen to hearts, right? But anyway, well, hope I see y'all down the road. Maybe it's what I guess I need to make a trip to the valley. My sister has my sister and brother-in-law have a home in right at the causeway in Port Isabel that she's offered to let me use, and I'm like, man, I ought to just use it and go down to the Padre meeting. I haven't been out in years. So anyway, I think she'd want a deposit if I took a bunch of my athletic training buddies there.
We know how to clean.
Yeah, I bet we do. We bring our own ice chest. Well, it's great seeing y'all. Hope to see you down the road, and thanks a lot, Jeremy. You do a great job, buddy.
All right, thanks, Kathy. Thanks for joining us.
Sure. We'll talk to you later.
All right. So, are you guys just skipping lunch or what?
We're about to head out. Well,
you leave campus for lunch?
Sometimes, and today we're deciding to leave campus.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Jealous. Oh, not at all.
Yeah, because it's not broadcast live on YouTube. And
it's a great.
We're losing signal.
The things that can be done with Photoshop nowadays.
All right, guys, we're gonna head out.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you very much. It was very entertaining.
And I got one more at 12:30. So if you guys just happen to be bored while you're eating some Chinese food, you can pick up your phone or something.
All right.
Guys.
Enjoy.
All right, guys. Appreciate it.
Who do you have at 12:30?
Keith Sherman. He is in Arkansas. He also did motocross athletic training. So.
Oh, that's cool. All right, 12:30. Okay. I will set my alarm for 12:30.
All right. Well, you can get some work done there.
I will.
And I'm just gonna hang out here and kind of do the same. All right, so again, we're doing listener spotlight. It's been a fun day. We've just been kind of hanging out, chatting during the empty times, and getting the interviews in. So if you jump in at any time, I got a empty space until 12:30, where we'll be talking with Keith Sherman. So if you want to jump in, and I'll ask you the same questions. If you want to jump in and have a no agenda chat, we can do that as well. It's been fun so far. So thanks for listening. Thanks for being part of the Sports Medicine Broadcast. All right, so if you're wanting, jump right in, watch live, and you can join in the call. So again, you got a little bit of time. Again, we can have a no agenda conversation, or I can do the listener spotlight with you. So feel free, jump in. You can email me, text me. You can jump in the call and click on the link that's on the social media, or on sportsmedicinebroadcast.com. If you click on live event, and then there's a link that says participation. So click on that link and then join the call that way. So there's plenty of avenues or opportunities for you to join. So if you want to, again, join, just have a conversation about anything, something we've talked about, something you'd like to talk about. Again, this is streaming live. That's why you're hearing it. So I'm trying to get Keith in live now. So we didn't get a chance to test with him. So, but again, sports medicine broadcast. It's always a pleasure to be able to do this here. You can always check out sportshealth.com/SMB, where you can register to win a gift card each month. I think we're going to be transitioning to every other month so that the value is greater. You only win every other month, but you win twice the amount that you would if you're just winning it once a month. So you can also, as we've been talking with Carlos and Israel and talked to Robbie, Frio Hydration supports what we're doing, and glad that we have one of the units here. Look forward to it withstanding all the wear and tear we got coming. Some other things that I'm working on, obviously Memorial Hermann, big supporter. They give me a lot of content. We go to the workshops and that kind of thing. South Padre, this will be the first time down there. Really excited about that. With Memorial Hermann, I was able to do the concussion symposium with the Sports Neuropsychology Society because of my connection with Dr. Ott. Great organization. I really enjoy Memorial Hermann. So, but once we get the other stuff going and working, then I'll let you know. But it's always about adding value to the athletic trainer. I got the camera on. It's always about adding value to you, to me, because I'm an athletic trainer, same as you are. So just about adding value. If there's something we can do to help add value. Again, GHATS is working on clearing up the CE issues, and we can get that rolling again. May not be as often as we were doing, may not be every week, maybe every other week, or maybe just once a month, because it takes a lot of work to get a CEU thing together. You have to have research saying that we don't know enough about it. You have to have the bio for the speaker. You have to have the speaker release. You have to have the objectives. You have to have the quiz. You have to have all these different things in line, and then you can do it. So we got to check to make sure we can do that correctly and we can maintain it. And once we can do that, we'll have the CEU part available again, or the BOC Category A CEU part available again. So those are the things we're working on, things I'm working on. And so again, feel free to join us, jump in, listen, watch, chat, whatever it is. All right, so I know Robbie yesterday was saying I needed to get interviewed, and I don't really have myself on the schedule, but I do want to make sure that I thank my beautiful wife that is the number one fan. And I know that several athletic trainers listen to the podcast regularly, listen loyally, but my beautiful wife, Sarah, thank you for listening, for watching now. My wonderful children, Jonah's at school. Sammy's listening there. He's probably saying hi, Daddy, right now. Probably looking at the screen saying, hi, Dad. Hi, Dad. He's probably telling me something. So, Sam, thanks for watching, buddy. I love you. Gideon, if he's not asleep, then he's screaming, bah, 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 bah. The screen right now, too. It is quite the handful. He has a lot of fun and super cute. So, just taking a chance to thank my wonderful family for all the support for the podcast, for my job, for giving me a reason to work hard, to come home. So thank you for helping me put you first as a family, and instead of making my job or my hobby, golf or whatever. I don't play golf, but whatever hobby it is, making it more important. That I'm not more interested in fishing than I am in my family. The reason I want to go camping is so that I can take my boys on adventure. It's not just so that I can be away, but it's so that I can take them and experience things with them. So I love you guys. Sammy, I love you, buddy. So next up we have Keith Shireman, again, Arkansas motocross racer, athletic trainer for motocross races. We're going to be talking about his story. He last year told me about how he had to use CPR and AED as well. And so maybe we'll hear some of his story there. I'm not quite sure, but so Keith is trying to get logged in, but again, I'm just hanging out here. Feel free to jump in, join the conversation, join the chat over there. So the links to the ones on the chat, again, sportsmedicinebroadcast.com/live. The ones that say watch only, participate in chat room, go to those. If you're wanting to participate, for me to see you right here on the camera, for me to talk to you, then you need to go to the first links, one for Tuesday, chat room, or for the participation link. So we can have two different things going on. So check it out, join, listen up, share your story, invite somebody else, another athletic trainer you want to hear their story, invite them to come on here and share their story. So Sports Medicine Broadcast, Jeremy Jackson, Pasadena High School, sports medicine class, we're here.
Hi.
Hey, buddy.
Daddy.
Hi.
What's up, Sam? What you doing, man?
What do you?
Can you hear me, Sammy?
Mhm.
Yeah. What are you doing? You been reading books today?
Mhm.
Yeah. So can you turn the phone?
Turn it toward him like that.
No, rotate it 90 degrees.
Like that.
Oh, yeah. So it doesn't. Usually it'll rotate.
Oh wait, my phone isn't set to do it. Hang on. Let me see. Is that?
Yeah, that's much better. There you go. Sammy, what books you been working on?
Batman.
What books? What have you been doing today? He sees himself on the computer and he's really distracted. Stop.
There you go. Is that better?
Mhm.
Now you can see. So
Well,
if
we
you
can.
always leave it like this, then it'll switch back and forth. So if I'm talking, it'll show me. But if you're talking and I'm quiet, it'll show you.
Yes, Daddy, how his day is.
How was your day?
It's been a busy, fun, full day. So have you've been listening for a little while, haven't you, Sammy? So you
Uh-huh.
see, we've had people on a long time. So we talked to some people, did some interviews, and then we had some just good, fun conversations. People just kind of hanging out, and that's really cool for me.
Is that cool?
Mhm.
What'd you eat for lunch, little buddy?
What is that? What was that?
Sammy, what did you eat for lunch?
That was. What did you eat for lunch?
I didn't remember.
Yeah, PBJ.
Mhm.
You didn't eat any lunch?
What'd you eat?
BBJ.
Do you have any chips?
Did you have chips?
Yes.
No, we have. Pretzels.
I did have chips.
Oh, you did have chips. You're right. Chips and what? What kind of fruit?
Oh, Mom. I forgot.
Grapes.
Grapes.
He's not the best guest you've had today.
Definitely the cutest guest I've had today.
Are you the cutest he's had today?
Mhm.
Stay over there. I'm trying to see up over. Don't do that. You might make me hang up.
So what do you think we should do this afternoon, Sammy?
Doing the pictures.
What should you do this afternoon? Daddy's asking.
Can I touch?
Don't, honey. Just answer his question.
What did he say? You say again?
Ask him.
Remember yesterday we took a bike ride in the rain and you got to ride through the puddles? So what do you think we should do today? I know you were wanting to go geocaching. Maybe we can go find some geocaches today while Mommy cooks dinner?
Uh-huh. Maybe we could find a geocache at the trail that with the big bridge.
Maybe. I don't know. I think those ones are hidden kind of in the woods. And it's been so rainy and there's so many mosquitoes. Maybe we can look and see.
Are we in the woods?
No. Careful.
All right, buddy. You probably need to go get some rest, huh, Sammy?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, you going to go ahead to your room and read some books and go to sleep?
See you in a little bit.
Just a little bit.
All right. Wrap it up.
Look.
Yes, don't touch it.
I
Love you, love him.
love you, Dad.
Love you too, little buddy.
See you later.
See you later.
See you later.
Love you.
See you later.
Bye.
Bye. What's up, Daniel? Daniel. What's up, dude?
Not much. How are you?
Good. Good. Just hanging out. It's been quite a fun morning with just kind of the carryover of conversations. You know, the point of it was doing the listener spotlight. That's been fun and it's been good. But I think the more fun was just the carried over conversation. You know, just the way it's just been kind of rolling. You know, Kat's been on for a while, just kind of chatting. Israel and Carlos were on there. Mary stayed on for a while, just chatting. So it's been fun.
I got to see part of Kathy. And I liked hearing about her history. I saw part of Izzy, but I don't know who Izzy is.
He's the other athletic trainer there at La Jolla.
Okay.
Working with Carlos, so they work at the same school. Lincoln Juarez, or Juarez Lincoln, one of the two. So.
Was Izzy on the left or was he on the right?
Izzy was the one without the big chin facial hair gap. Carlos has the big thing here with the. So.
All right. Your spotlight link, I can watch it, but actually the participants link you sent out, for whatever reason, does not work with my Google accounts. So I came through my normal Hangouts link.
Oh yeah, it may have just been where I sent it to, but that shouldn't make sense. It should be wherever you're logged in if you're clicking on the link. So if you're logged in as a different account or something, I don't know.
I don't know.
So many different options. It's hard to figure out how everybody else's stuff works.
That's all right. So, when's your next guest come on?
Keith's supposed to be on in the next 10 minutes. So Keith Shireman, he's in Arkansas, and he does the motocross stuff. So.
Where does he work in Arkansas?
I think it's outside of Bentonville, which is where Walmart is.
High school or college?
He's a high school. He's in high school. I don't remember off the top of my head where he works. So.
No worries. No worries. So, I saw you talk to Robbie yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
When is Kat's episode?
Hers is
time slot.
Hers is 8 o'clock on Thursday.
Okay.
So, but she likes to join in anytime I got it going on. So.
She has a lot of her morning free now too.
Yeah. Yeah, I have let me see, Kathy. I added Kathy, Jace, and Megan since you sent that out. So that's good. Be good to hear from them.
Yeah. Have you seen them all today?
No, Kathy's today. Jace and Megan are tomorrow.
All right. What do you think about us doing a similar deal for Jihads?
You mean as a board meeting?
Well, maybe not in a board meeting, but over the course of several meetings. And because you're hearing from us, but it would be nice to hear from you and just learn more about people in our area in general.
Maybe I'm missing. Are you
not through sports, not through the broadcast? Like, what if we just?
What would be the goal?
Learn more about us in general.
Okay, so it's not to host a meeting to where we didn't have to all get together. It's just to do the same concept.
Correct.
Okay. So you're saying just do a interview at the meeting, like pull somebody to the side and interview them real quick?
That you could do it if you want. But we could. None of our meetings are short lately, but pull one or two people aside at a meeting, videotape them, and ask them different questions. Post it on YouTube. people can, so we can dry run it with the board. And people can get to know more about us or just more about themselves, but then offer the same thing either at workshop or randomly throughout the year. Like pull people aside at golf tournament. Or I don't know what other social we have, like Rockets game or wherever.
I think it's doable. I mean, the format that we have right here, like if this was you and me sharing, if it was just like, hey, doing exactly what I'm doing, you know, the listener spotlight, hey, just tell me a little bit about yourself, tell me this, tell me this. So, I mean, what we're doing right now is being recorded and broadcast live. So I think it would be easier doing it remotely than in person because of scheduling, because of board meetings. It's loud. People want to, you know, do their thing and then get out of there or chat. So, that's your bell.
Yep. Lunch bell.
So I think doing it this format where you're just say, hey, you know, this week every day at, you know, from 10 to 11, I'm going to have people on, or, you know, May 1st, I'm going to have all day, you know, kind of just what I'm doing. I think it would be easier this way than at a meeting, a little bit more controlled, a little less background noise and distraction. This is my opinion.
That's okay. What did you do last year or I guess this past year for National Athletic Training Month?
This year or the year before?
Both.
The year before, I don't really know if I did anything special. This year was the one where I had an episode every day, where we had like 30 episodes. What's up, Keith?
Hey, how are you, Jeremy?
Good, good. Now we got you in there, so kind of just chatting right here for a second, and then let's get it started up. So.
Sure.
So Daniel, this year in March was when I had the 200th episode, which was the 4 hours, and then I did I think 15 episodes during March, so it's quite a lot.
Yes. Yes, it is.
So,
all right.
For mere mortals doing something like this, probably impossible, but for me, you know, it's all right.
Oh, it went to black. Yeah, still went to black. But mere mortalness aside, you do a phenomenal job. And I don't know of anybody else that does this, so I think you do a phenomenal job, and you're the best at it.
Thanks. It's a learned skill, so I enjoy it. It's fun getting to know people all across the globe. And now me and Keith have interacted several times just through the podcast, and you know, we met up at SWATA kind of thing. So it's pretty cool to, you know. And when I go to NATA, and when it's here in Houston, I'll feel like I know a whole lot of people. So.
So you are gonna broadcast it in NATA, right?
I don't know. I don't know.
It's a summer from now.
I'm sure I could get with Memorial Hermann or Methodist or whoever and do something there, grab some interviews. So I don't know if I'll do sessions like I do the other conferences, because I don't know, probably a whole lot of hoops to jump through, but I guess I could ask.
I can get Kat to ask for you.
Yeah, there you go.
So I'll let you get to Keith, because I know you got his interview in like a minute.
Yeah. Keith, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay. All right. Showing your. So Daniel, you hanging in? You sitting and watching, or are you jumping out?
I'll sit and watch.
All right. So I'm gonna mute you, Daniel, and then let me start the recordings, Keith.
Okay.
All right, Keith, you ready?
Yep, ready to go.
All right, here we go in 3, 2, 1. What's up, y'all? Welcome to the Sports Medicine Broadcast. We're doing the Listener Spotlight. We got Keith Shireman coming all the way from Arkansas. He is an athletic trainer, and he's got quite an interesting story. We've talked to him in the past about some of his experience with motocross, and then he's going to be sharing some of his athletic training story here, some of his injuries, and he's currently working on becoming an Ironman. So, without much further ado, whoa, looks like we lost Keith. All right, so Keith, he hung up. I guess he didn't like something I said. So, all right, Daniel. Keith.
Yeah, I'm back.
Call there.
Well, who knows? Connection, weather.
Yeah, it was a little shaky there, like his camera was. So maybe it just had a bad connection.
All right. Well, until he comes back, what's some advice that you can give people?
So my advice. So you're interviewing me now?
Exactly.
I guess it needs to be situation specific, but in general, think about what you want your obituary to say. Do you want it to say a guy who worked really hard and didn't take time for his family, or you want to say, you know, for me, the reason I put my Twitter bio is as a follower of Christ, as a husband and as a father, and then as an athletic trainer, is because I want it to be in that order. I want it to, when people see me or hear from me, that they know that's who I am. Earlier, just a little while ago, I called my wife on this and talked to Sam because they're watching live, because like I said, she's my #1 fan. So mine would be just think about the end, what you want it to look like, and follow the path that it takes you to get there. Does that work?
That works.
So there we go. Keith is chiming back in here. We'll give him a second to get logged in. I think another thing is, Kathy just said it too, is listen more than you speak, and it's usually easy for me on the podcast because you all ask a question and then somebody else will just talk and talk and talk. So, but with the athletes who are going home, I kind of have to do the same thing. So, all right, we'll continue my interview at some point later. Keith, you ready now?
I hear you, but I can't see you.
How about now?
No.
It's okay. As long as you can hear me. The
Wait a minute,
camera's
there you
gonna
go.
be on
I can
you.
see at the bottom down here.
Okay. That'll be good enough. So, all right, we're gonna give this another shot. You ready?
Okay, yeah.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1. What's up, y'all? Welcome to the Sports Medicine Broadcast. We're talking with Keith Shireman. He's out in Arkansas. He is an athletic trainer, also has some experience with motocross, being personally a motocross racer, and then also an athletic trainer as motocross. And we talked to him on a previous episode. I also got to meet up with him at SWATA, and we've talked about sharing stories about how he's teaching CPR and had to, perform life-saving measures as well, using AED and that kind of thing there. So without much further ado, Keith, how long you been in the profession?
This is my 18th year.
18th year, all right. Where did you learn about athletic training?
Wow. I guess I always knew about athletic training back in college. I had changed my major several times and was involved in motocross, of course, and then I thought, why not put athletic training with motocross? And at the time, it was way ahead of, where athletic training could go. I mean, athletic training, at the time was just, your basic sports.
Keith, you still there? All right, I think we lost Keith again. Yep. Keith, can you hear me? No? All right, so we'll continue with Daniel's interrogation.
All right. So we got some advice. How did you get into athletic training?
It was the weirdest thing. They made an announcement when I was in junior high, Beverly Hill Intermediate. They said, if you want to be an athletic trainer, come by the office and pick up an application. So I did. I went and picked up the application. I didn't know what that was. I don't know why. I really don't remember at all knowing anything about athletic trainers, but I went and picked up the application, filled it out, had my interview. I remember sitting up on the stage with the athletic trainer there, had my interview, and then boom, I was in the program. So I'm an athletic trainer, and nobody that I would say was my friend was a student athletic trainer at the time, or throughout the course, nobody that was previously my friend. So I heard about it in 8th grade, began doing it in 9th grade as a freshman, did it all 4 years in high school, 5 years in college, and then this is my 12th year as a professional. So I don't know. It was my junior year where Chad Jones, he's now an assistant, or he's a principal somewhere, but he was the athletic trainer there at Adobe. He took me, he was asking me what I want to do, and so then he ended up taking me to Lamar to interview with Chad Barrett at the time, and now he's since moved on. But I was planning on going to Lamar, but then the other athletic trainer, Joe Martinez, he lives in Galveston and does some contract work. He contacted me and said, hey, Houston Baptist University is looking for an athletic trainer, and they have a full scholarship available. So, I worked hard, and I earned the respect of my athletic trainers, but I didn't work hard enough to earn a full scholarship. So it was definitely God putting me in the right place at the right time, because finances at my house weren't that great. So allowing me to be able to go to school, live on campus, and then pay for almost all of it was something that was well beyond what I had worked hard enough to earn. So.
Where did you meet your wife in all of this? Did you meet her at HBU or somewhere else?
Actually, there was just recently a tweet, the repost of the story of us. It was on Valentine's Day where we recorded an episode of kind of like the athletic trainer's wife. My 5th year in college, I went to. No, I'd seen Sarah at school. I remember the first time I saw her, I was going out the door to go to the gym, and I remember turning back to look at her. She was standing in the dorms waiting for her boyfriend there at the time, and so I remember seeing her, and then I remember saying hi a couple of times throughout the year, and then we were at a dance together, and she and I were like making eyes at each other, but I was being polite. I didn't go ask her for a number or to dance or anything, because I was with somebody, she was with somebody. But the next day at lunch, I sat next to her at lunch and talked to her, got her phone number, and then we hung out and started dating after that. So, all right, so that's the story of me. Keith, you ready?
I think so. Is it? I don't know if it's on my end or your end. I don't know which one it is, but it keeps cutting out. So we'll try it again, I guess, or continue wherever we left off at.
All right, so we have been talking with Keith. He's been getting offended, so he's been hanging up on me. And we've been interspersing Daniel's interview of me. So, Keith, you were telling us your athletic trainer story. You learned about it because you were involved in motocross. So tell us about college. Tell us about some of your experiences there, and then we'll go on. So, your athletic trainer story.
Well, a lot of, when I was in college, I had decided, I thought, why not bring, athletic training to motocross, because they're still athletes, and at the time, most people wouldn't look at that as being an athlete, but they are athletes. And I had a pro license, and I thought, why not try to bring the best of both worlds together, try to do that. So when I went back to college to try to finish up, I started on a circuit. I got my own liability insurance and just started following the tour around, and then finally, after I graduated, I tried to excel more into it, try to get more into the series with sponsors and things like that. As an athletic trainer, try to bring more of a medical component to it, as opposed to just having the ambulance, EMTs there, that type of thing. I thought it'd be cool to have athletic trainers there, so I started following this series, and I made some friends who I used to race with at the time, and was able to get in on one of the series. We started a few races here and there one year, and I think it was in 2001, because it was actually right after 9/11 had happened. I jumped on a plane and went to California and with some sponsors. They had invited us, flew us out, and we talked about it, and I was basically by myself. I had another doctor from Florida who was in on this, but all things aside, it was an awesome experience. We were able to jump in on a indoor racing series, and we went 13 weekends in a row without a break. That was unbelievable for me to be going. You're doing your athletic training job during the week, jumping on a plane on a Friday, having an event. Get there in time for practice on Friday afternoon. You repeat the same process on Saturday. You get up Sunday morning, fly home. Maybe see your family for a few minutes, and then get up the next morning on Monday and go right into back to your job during the week. So there wasn't a lot of money involved in that at the time. Of course, it's something to get your foot in the door and try to do something. And I wanted to do something different as opposed to just staying in the norm. I always like to do things differently, and I thought motocross would be a different avenue for athletic trainers to go involved in. And you see it more now. With the bigger, with the Monster Energy Supercross series, which it usually goes through Houston as well. They have a big rig. They'll have a big semi that has athletic trainers, nurses, doctors there. Just everything fully staffed out of that semi. It has a portable X-ray machine right there for the riders to get taken care of right there on the spot. So. And that's been a pretty good deal for me. And as I've gotten older, I've kind of moved away from.
All right, we lost Keith again. We may have to run his without. I'm gonna tell him next time run it without video, and then he can just hopefully save the bandwidth. So let me unmute Daniel and unmute Catmon. So we were sharing my story of how I met Sarah. Did I get all the way through it?
Yes and no. That you described how you met her, but you didn't say where.
Oh yeah. It was at HBU. It was a spring formal at HBU. So that's what I'm saying. It was right before the Christmas break. The next day, I sat down with her at lunch in the cafeteria. So I'm sitting there, and I'm just about to get her number, and then the girl that I went to the dance with on like Friday or Saturday comes and sits next to me, and I'm like, oh goodness. So I think I ended up, or I'd just gotten Sarah's number or something. I don't remember exactly. Maybe I got it the next day. But I called her. We hung out over Christmas break, started dating, and a year later, asked her to marry me. Now it's going to be 11 years this summer. So.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. You got to work on your hosting. Daniel, you got to keep the questions coming.
11 years. 11 years.
I keep laughing at Kat because she's not talking.
I wasn't talking. You're interviewing. I'm listening.
Oh yeah, Sarah's listening live. Let me tell you what a goofball I was. And this is probably in the other call. So me and my friends go over to Sarah's house, and we hang out till probably like 1 in the morning or something. I don't know. So we leave there, and it was probably my idea because I am not the sharpest guy. And I said, hey, let's go get some toilet paper and wrap our house. What kind of, I'm what, really? I mean, at this point, I'm 21 years old, something, 22 years old. This is my 5th year of college, and I'm thinking, hey, let's wrap this girl's house that I like, that I think I would like to date. And so we did. We went to the convenience store and bought some, and then we go out there and do that, and then we call her, hey, we broke down. Can you come outside? And so she walks outside and sees that. It doesn't make any sense.
No.
Yeah. And then, to make it worse, afterwards I come over there, help her clean it up. I step in dog poop in her yard and get it in her carpet. So then now her front room smells like dog poop because I stepped on it. Yeah. She's texting me right now telling me the details of the story. So.
That's all right.
All right. Hey, Keith.
You got me there?
Yeah. Can you actually turn your camera off? I mean, I can mute your camera because it may save you some bandwidth. So.
Okay, I got it turned off there.
Yeah. Let me see.
Okay,
All right.
just turned it back on. Is that better?
Yeah, I just turned it back on. You can. So I think if you turn it off, then it goes to the little motocross guy you have on yours. So go ahead and turn it off one more time.
There we go.
Okay. Sorry, it's just going to be black, but that's all right. So, you ready, Keith?
Yeah, where do we pick back up?
All right. So, at least the 3rd try, we're going to continue our interview with Keith Sham, an active listener of the Sports Medicine Broadcast. He was telling us about how currently they have athletic trainers with their own semi-truck, but that was something that I don't know if he was the pioneer, but from what he was saying, it kind of sounds like he was a pioneer in getting sports medicine and motocross. Now they have a portable x-ray machine inside the truck so that they can just take care of it all at one time on those bigger shows. So, all right, Keith, tell us a little bit more about your athletic trainer story.
Athletic training for me is, I'm at the high school level just like you are. I really enjoy working with the high school athletes. It's a challenge at times, to try to develop a sports medicine program anywhere you go is a tough thing. The school is very receptive of me being here. This is my 9th year here where I'm at. I'm actually in Batesville, Arkansas, in northeast Arkansas. Have a lot of opportunities. Have had the opportunity to actually, I came here, about 9 years ago. There were injuries that I had seen, on the motocross circuit, never have seen on at a high school level. Athletes nowadays in high school are getting bigger, faster, stronger. They'll have the opportunity to excel in their sport, and we're having injuries are occurring more often. So it's a lot of challenges for the athletic trainer now. Even with in 2014, I had we had an athlete that had an irregular heart rhythm and went down during practice. And it wasn't a contact practice. It was primarily just they were what we call passing weight. They were throwing the football into the players, and he just collapsed right there on the field. He wasn't exerted or anything. He just collapsed on the field. And so things like that, athletic trainers are facing a lot of different things nowadays that we've never had to deal with, never thought we might have to encounter. So athletic training itself, to me, it's going places. We're there more for the athletes. We're there more for the community as a whole. We're more there for the parents, the faculty, everyone, all involved. Man, and the athletic training model is really good at the high school level, and this is a real good time to be an athletic trainer at a high school.
I agree. All right, so you told us you had to perform life-saving measures on a guy that collapsed.
Yes.
And last time we talked, you also mentioned where you got run over at a motocross event. So in your opinion, what is the worst injury that you've dealt with as an athletic trainer?
As an athletic trainer as a whole, well, injury per se, I guess would be fractured femur, probably the worst. The first motocross event that I went to.
All right. Well, we got a little further on that one.
Again?
Yep. We may have to just start his all over another day. We may have to, but we'll keep going with it. All right. So now we're interspersing my story with Keith because Daniel's interviewing me. Keith keeps dropping out. So we just finished talking about how my poor decisions, somehow I still ended up with Sarah. Met at college, so.
We all make mistakes. Nobody's perfect.
He got lucky. She might have made the mistake.
Maybe she made mistakes that he doesn't know about.
Why is it always the girl?
I didn't say that.
Man,
I didn't say that.
I got her back.
I said we all make mistakes.
I'm sure she'll text me in a second here.
Well, when I get Daniel's emails and texts, I don't have the I love my wife on the bottom of Daniel's. I know that you got lucky because that's on the bottom of yours. So sweet.
Wait, so that doesn't make me automatically lucky too?
Let me see.
Oh, no. You're damn lucky.
Okay.
We all know that you're damn lucky.
Okay.
Oh, you can read it, but she just texted me, no mistake with you, so.
Aw, see? I think you're a good guy, too, Jeremy. I think you guys both got lucky. You guys found each other in college. Oh, hold on.
Uh-oh. Jeremy, maybe you could take your wife and toilet paper her house now.
You said toilet paper her house now?
No, not your house. Maybe you could take your wife and toilet paper somebody else's house now.
I'm sure, I have 3 boys. I'm sure we will, at some point, toilet paper people's houses. And she is a boy mom, so I'm sure at some point she will either initiate or be involved in that. So, yes.
As long as you don't do your own and spray it down with water, it'll be okay.
Yeah, no.
All right, so after HBU, where did you go?
Actually, it was an interesting story, and I don't really tell this story to anybody, but
you're going to tell it to all of us online.
Luckily got fired from the Houston Texans. I did an internship. Well, I don't know if you can get fired for volunteering, but I did an internship with the Texans, and then since I was in Houston, they kept me on for game day help. Well, one of the players was like, here, you can drive my car for the weekend, so I did. And then apparently that didn't sit very well. So he called me in and said, hey, bring me your stuff. I said, oh, okay. So I brought him my stuff. I got fired. Well, the next weekend, I think, I hung out with Sarah. And then I would have been at the game. So I might not have been able to hang out with Sarah had I been still working with the Texans. So I don't know that I've ever really told that to anybody online. I've told Sarah and I've told some other people, but it's because of my poor decision of taking advantage and not respecting the opportunity that was given to me that I wasn't able to stay with the Texans. In the end, I'm glad that it happened because I might have still been chasing that and then making that my focus rather than my family. So, again, I think God had a plan, and I wasn't the wisest of people, as we stated earlier, for my toilet paper and dog food stuff. So, Keith, you back with us?
I think so. I think it happened last time we talked.
Yep. See, that's what happens when you're in Arkansas.
I'm telling you, I need to move to Texas then, huh?
And then you wouldn't have to travel so far for those Ironmans.
I could be right down there.
Okay, so memorable moment as an athletic trainer. You were in the middle of it and it cut off. I think you said you were just discussing one of the motocross events, but why don't you go ahead and recap that?
What I was referring to was the worst injury that I had seen as an athletic trainer was at that event. We were actually down in Fort Worth, over at DFW, at that Will Rogers Coliseum. I just walked in for the first practice. Just had got off my plane, went straight to the Coliseum there, and I had just started practice. Grabbed my fanny pack. A guy had one of the riders that I became friends with had crashed there on the course. And you still hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I was making sure it hadn't cut off there because my screen went blank again. Had double femur fracture, so that was interesting to be able to take care of that, and then trying to instruct EMTs on how the best way to be able to care for an athlete on the course to get him on to the backboard and to get him off safely. Of course, the practice stops right there because you have an athlete on the course and you're trying to get them off so you can continue. Probably the second worst injury, I guess, after that, I had a tib fracture, and this was in Hampton, Virginia, the same year, I think it was. No, the following year. And the athlete still had his motocross boots on, and the EMTs wanted to take it off. The athlete knew. He says, "I know it's broke." He said he'd broken it before, and I pleaded with the EMT to leave the boot on him, so that would at least act, as a little bit of a splint for him till they can get him to the emergency room to get him sedated so they can get that boot off of him. So that was interesting to be able to have to deal with that from that standpoint. You could actually, when they tried to take his boot off, you can actually see the blood kind of coming from because it was a compound fracture, and it was was oozing down into his boot. You could see it when they were trying to open it up. So that was an interesting injury there, I should say. So there's a lot of different things you could see and describe. It's hard. There's so many stories that I could tell. We could be here all day, but it's just those two stand out to me more than anything else.
All right. Well, then let's try to get to the next one before we cut off again. Most memorable moment as an athletic trainer?
Wow. I guess the most memorable moment for me was 2 years ago, saving that young man's life on the football field. That's what I remember the most. His dad, the young man's dad, every time he sees me, he'll come up and give me a hug. He calls me. He says, "You're my hero," and he tells me that every time. And I just, it makes you want to cry, and it makes you proud to be an athletic trainer when people do come up and speak to you in that form. And I was just telling him that I'm doing my job, and I appreciate him. We still have other athletes out there, and that we have to take care of. It's that to me, that stands out to me as my most memorable. The moment for me that means the most to me, I guess I could say. So.
Yeah, I can definitely see how that would be one of the most memorable moments you'd ever experienced. So, all right, tell me about a life lesson you have learned from athletic training.
Life lesson learned from athletic training. Wow, there's so many life lessons I guess you could apply to that. Narrowing it down to one. I guess starting out athletic training, I was not a very patient person. I guess it's you have to have a lot of patience, especially when you deal with high school athletes. There's so much that you want to be able to accomplish, or you want the athlete to be able to accomplish, and sometimes it's almost like from a coaching aspect that you want it more than the athlete does. But and when it comes to the point of rehab per se, you want that athlete to get better. You want to push, but you can't push them because they may not be prepared for this. Something else that kind of stands out that we learned, last year from SWATA was, I've already lost it. I can't remember the athletic trainer's name that that passed away a year or so ago. He always said, I always told his athletes, I'm not trying to scare you, I'm trying to prepare you. That stands out in my mind nowadays, when you're working with athletes, because this is something that they've never gone through this before. It's hard for them to be able to deal with this type of injury, or an injury, I should say. So you want to be able to have patience with them and try to help them get through it the best way possible and the fastest way possible.
All right. One piece of advice for athletic trainers, what would that be?
One piece of advice for athletic trainers, learn as much as you can, do as much as you can. Stick your nose in the middle of everything. There's a lot to learn. Now, there's a lot to learn out there nowadays. For myself, I did my athletic training through internship. I guess you can call me old school. I did not go through Katie, did not go through a curriculum. I got thrown right into the fire, and that's the way I learned it. And I learned more from other athletic trainers that I got my hours from along the way. So I would have to tell athletic trainers nowadays, I would tell them, learn as much as you can. Ask as many questions as you can so you can learn as much as you can. Get more hands-on experience. Don't just go by what's in the book. Nothing wrong with that, okay? But I would prefer that they do more hands-on, nowadays.
Yeah, it's exactly what I was talking about earlier on one of the points we were kicked off. I didn't take advantage of a lot of opportunities correctly. I think I took advantage of them incorrect, like what can I get out of this, instead of like how can I learn or how can I help. And so I wish I had listened. Somebody might have told me that before, but I wish I had listened and made the most out of each opportunity. So that's a good one. And then 3 people you would like to thank and why.
3 people I'd like to thank. Well, that's a tough one. There's a lot of people to thank, honestly. It's going to be kind of hard to narrow down. I guess, really, I have to thank my family. I have to thank my family primarily for allowing me to be an athletic trainer and to be away from them as much as I am. Your athletic training home, where you're at your school, that's kind of your second home. And, you have this, I have a great relationship with all my coaches, the athletes, the parents, and it's almost like it's basically a second home for me. I'm primarily 45 minutes from where I live. That's where I drive every day, 45 minutes here. So it is kind of a second home. My head football coach, who's also our athletic director, we're very good, very close friends. I'd have to thank him, for allowing me to do this job here and to be able to be a part of this program and to develop it and to be able to do more things. I got a treadmill a couple of days ago. I'm able to expand and do a few more things that I wanted to be able to have here for the athletes. So, and I guess last but not least, I would really have to thank one of my mentors. She's actually about the same age as I am, and I got a little behind. Started training later in life, I guess. But Laura Lee Boutwell, she's actually over in Memphis now, working for Campbell Clinic. She's one of my dearest and closest friends as an athletic trainer. She taught me a lot, and if I have a question, even with 18 years experience, I still sometimes will call her, hey, have you ever run into this before? And, just kind of get her opinion on something. It's always good to have someone to call, even, it doesn't matter how much you know or how much you think you know. You always try to back myself up and find out if there's something else. Have you gone through this? Have you gone through that? Is there something else that I'm missing? Is there something else I can do here? Kind of thing. So.
All right, very good. I really enjoy having Bill here because it's really easy for me to say, hey, why don't you we'll do this all the time. Bill, take a look at somebody and say, hey, why don't you take a look? And we don't say, hey, I think he did this. We just say, hey, why don't you take a look? And then that way I can do my own thing, he can do his own thing. If we have the same agreement, same diagnosis, then we're good. If we got something different, then we'll discuss and go from there. So it's really good that you have that person to bounce things off of. So I love having that here at Pasadena. So
Exactly.
Well, Keith, thanks for being an active listener of the Sports Medicine broadcast. Congratulations on the items that you won there. I know you tweeted out a picture of the Memorial Hermann Charger you won, and we sent out during the month of March, I believe. And it was great to meet you in person and to hang out for a few minutes there at SWATA. And I know last time you came in town for the Ironman and vacation, we tried to hook up, but it just didn't work out. So I invite any of you that come to Houston to hit me up, and maybe we can hook up. Of course, going to Killen's Barbecue or what's going to be open now, Killen's Burgers, would be a really good place to go and get some really good food down here in Houston. So, Keith, it is a pleasure. I'm glad to have met you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thanks for your time.
Have a great day, sir.
All righty, you too.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
He unmutes us and he leaves.
He's probably getting it untaped. So then the conversation that we have between is not on tape. Or that's what he's done in the previous ones.
That's okay.
I'm working on another screen, but I'm hearing you.
You get your questions answered
What questions?
for your interview on Thursday.
Oh, yeah, I did that when he sent it out. I don't know. I didn't. It is what it is.
So Keith, I see you're still logged in. At this point, we're gonna chat for a few minutes. You're more than welcome to chime in, or if it's just that you've already logged out and the computer's running a little slow, then that's fine too. So.
Oh no, I'm just hanging out. I got football in about 40 minutes.
Yep.
So Keith, whenever the interview comes out with you, it is actually going to have some of my story interlaced because we were just kind of keeping the conversation rolling, and Daniel was asking me some questions while we were waiting for you. So I'm going to just go ahead and leave those parts in there, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, that's fine. No problem at all.
So we just kind of leave it like it is. All right. Well, either of y'all got any other questions? Any other topics you'd really like to throw out there?
For you, but besides what you went through at the end of last year, what other big injuries have you dealt with?
I've seen femur fractures. The worst one I remember seeing was when I was in high school, and probably my senior year, a kid got hit by a car in the parking lot. It was after a football game. They were playing around, playing football, and ran in front of a car or something like that, or the car made a turn. And anyway, so the kid broke his lower leg, and I don't remember seeing it sticking out the bone, but I remember seeing he had to have one of those like halos on his leg, and he was in a wheelchair. I guess that was before they were really doing a lot of plates, he shattered it and had to have that thing anyways. We also, when I was in high school, I saw one of my friends performing CPR. Kid ended up dying as well there in high school. So probably the thing most recent is this year we had soccer players head-to-head collision. As soon as my soccer player headed the ball and he went in the goal, and the goalie, they went to head-to-head. So the goalie fell straight to the ground and started seizing. We ended up having to call 911, and they had to sedate him before they could transport him because he was still seizing the entire time. So and it was kind of an aggressive, like fighting type seizing. So.
Interesting. Have you seen anything outside of athletic training? So, or outside of dealing with your school, driving around town, family trips?
Well, I read your story, and I don't have anything like that. But I don't know that I really have seen. I mean, I'm trying to think of. I saw a lady get her purse snatched once. That doesn't count.
Yeah.
So no, not really.
What's the worst injuries your kid has had? Any of them?
Sam was eating some frozen strawberries or bananas, and he was choking. So I just picked him up to do the back blows and abdominal thrust whenever he coughed it up. So.
How old was he?
How old was he? He was probably 18 months to 2 years old. So, yeah, we should have thawed the strawberries out first, but we didn't. We had them hit the ground pretty hard, get a nice big bump on their head. No broken bones, no really bad scars or anything like that. So
you've been lucky thus far.
Yep. Yeah, and it's certainly not for being well prepared. I mean, yes, I'm well prepared to deal with an injury, but with three young boys, there's no preparing for anything other than chaos. So it's a fun, exciting time at home always.
Are you going to keep going till you get a girl?
No, and you know, I don't really like that question because there's nothing wrong with having just boys.
I didn't say there was anything wrong with it.
Are you going to keep going until your wife gets a girl?
Well, it would
might want a girl.
be us, but no, we plan to adopt kids, so we're still praying about that. We don't know if, since we have 3 boys, they're bringing a girl into the house that's not actually their sister.
That's true.
So, those kind of things, but we're still praying about that. And we'll trust God whenever it's time for that. So He knows a lot better than we would.
No, you can have all boys. My grandfather had all girls. Of course, on my mom's side. Daniel, you were looking like, what?
Oh well.
All right, well, guys, I need to make a phone call. You know how last year we dealt with the death of the athlete. So somebody texted me, so I need to call them. They're dealing with a similar situation. So as part of what I learned from my interview with Perry is just reaching out or, you know, being a listening ear. So somebody just contacted me, and I really want to make sure I get a chance to talk to them.
Absolutely.
So I'm going to go ahead and end the show for today. Tomorrow will be kind of the same deal if you guys are free. I think we have a few more people scheduled for tomorrow, so you can jump in or out to the conversation or invite other people to do so as well. Kat, thanks so much for just having fun talking with Mary. I mean, it was great. I don't know if you heard, but I actually went to lunch. I went and ate my lunch for like 5 or 10 minutes while you guys were just chatting it up. So it was really cool for me to be able to let go and let you guys do that. So thanks.
Absolutely, anytime. I've got a meeting in the morning, but when I get back from school to school, I'll hop on and see. But I enjoy meeting other people. That's awesome. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Sure thing.
Bye.
Bye. See you, Daniel.
See you tomorrow. Thank you very much for doing these.
Yes, sir.
Bye-bye, Jeremy.
Bye-bye. See you, Keith.
See you, man. We'll talk to you later.
All right.